really entertaining the extremity of the crap that became beloved from that movie because they had to readjust it for the budgets that they were on.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, like, you actually end up hearing about any of the stuff that was changed because George Lucas's wife got a hold of it, and you stop and really think, like, wow, if it weren't for her, this would have sucked.
For the reverse Yoko Ono effect.
Roberto Ono.
We would have had Jar Jar 3 decades earlier. Okay, three decades. My math is way off on that, but
Wait a minute, yeah, hang on.
I don't have that big of a problem with Jar Jar, especially
I don't either.
especially
really don't.
because of the entire length of the article explaining the fan theory with all of the in-movie evidence of Darth Jar Jar being the actual manipulator. And the main reason I had such a limited amount of investment in the sequel trilogy is purely because they did nothing with Darth Jar Jar. And that would have been the ultimate ascended fandom thing to pull.
Darth Jar Binks.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having fucking
Dar. There you go.
Sidious return.
Well,
Oh,
I can
God.
withstand Sidious's return via force-possessing clones he made of himself, because that's Legends canon, and while it is really fucking stupid, it's a really fucking stupid that we've had for decades.
Yeah.
I just
I like that they're like,
they
none
did
of Legends is canon, but we will definitely use the stupidest parts of it.
Yeah.
I gave up.
Hey.
I literally gave up on like modern Star Wars because it got rid of all the extended universe. Because that was like me in middle school. My two things were like I was a big like Star Wars collector, altering the universe. I would go to thrift stores and get like a bunch of books, and then all that time and all that knowledge just went to nothing.
Yeah. They got rid of Mara Jade. Like, you don't get rid of Mara Jade and keep me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But by the way, Ricky, I will correct you on one thing. You said, but they'll keep all the dumbest parts. And strictly speaking, they did not keep bringing. The whole Breen Lady Luminia storyline.
That debacle.
Yeah. So they got rid of the single stupidest thing.
Yeah,
I fired on the TIE Fighter because the Force told me it wasn't an ally, and that's how I figured out that you're actually an Imperial spy.
The Force told me. So you're saying you prayed and shot anyway.
I mean, there's a lot more to it in context that makes that particular interaction way less stupid, but the overall arc was just... Yeah.
You know, if they wanted to have anything, they should have fucking had, they definitely should have had Leia lightsaber duel the fucking Huttese Sith again.
10 out of 10 for that one. They still did have a Ben Solo who was the one who went to the dark side. Of Han and Leia's kids. Like, that still happened, but how it happened was completely fuckered. But yeah, it's like,
I think that was probably like my favorite thing from canon, just like Leia just like laying into the Huttese Sith, and I was just like, by this point they have to start calling Leia the Hutt Slayer.
Well, I will also say that their other change of... What was I just thinking? Oh god, the lightsaber crystals. The way that they took everything unique and special about lightsaber crystals away, that irked me.
Well, that's how they make them at Disneyland now. You could get your own.
Yeah. No.
You can build a droid while you're at it. Give the mouse your money.
Listen, Mouse, unless Mr. Mouse's battle
corporation,
against DeSantis is actually going to end up with a fucking Disney kill team taking him out, no.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
They'll just
when
take a page from WotC and hire the Pinkertons.
Implying that the Disney Corporation doesn't already have their own Pinkertons.
Yeah,
Fair.
that is true. They have already used the Pinkertons in the past. But, anyway.
Although, to go back to what you were saying there, Brooke, I have a show that I like to watch that where they kind of go over current cases. And they went over the lawsuit that they're doing against DeSantis. I could not get the idea of just Mickey Mouse's voice actually reading out the entire case, and it was just fucking hilarious. We, the people of the Disney Corporation, hereby declare, etc., etc. I can't remember the whole thing, but still.
Etc., etc.
Funny.
Perfect.
Anyways.
Looks
So,
like Rick's video is doing a thing, but sorry it took me so long to be ready to set up, but I can get into the recap soon if y'all are ready.
Yeah,
Thanks for being patient with me.
of course.
Ah,
Hey, there you are.
teleported.
That is not how the blink spell is supposed to
Oh,
work.
no.
Wait, yes it is.
Oh no! What's happening? Calm down.
You have become indistinguishable from the background, much like the previous token for your Jack Jr.
Yeah.
It's always getting lost.
I missed a perfect opportunity to go, ah. Just fade.
All right. But last time we all met for another edition of our continuing adventures in bleak Barovia. We were treated to a guest narrator for the recap from the point of view of Jortari, thanks to player Steven, who graciously volunteered to fill in for me, and for which he's super earned point of inspiration that I neglected to verbally award during our last game. But our last game immediately started off with a tussle with a giant crocodile. There were a few moments during this combat where things were starting to look a bit suspenseful for a few of our heroes, but ultimately they made short work of the encounter and continued to skulk through the swamp, only slightly worse for the wear. Slurping through the muck further, our heroes again were surprised by a snake attack, which was a similarly short struggle with minimal damage dealt back to the party. After this fight, the party found themselves at the ruins of a mansion, and before much closer inspections of the site could be made, a ghost emerged from within and took on a menacing demeanor and began threatening the heroes should they not flee at once. Most of the party backed off, partly from not wishing to provoke the spirit into becoming their third combat encounter of the day, and partly due to just being too fed up with the shittiness of the swamp and seeing a nearby ruin to regroup and short rest at. Regroup would be entirely different context. Manu elected to stay behind, and he put on his most non-threatening and unassuming demeanor, and carefully pulled sort of a, why don't you just tell me what's wrong, buddy? That was somehow effective enough to turn this potential combatant into an incorporeal info dump. Laszlo Ulrich, the name of the ghost, was the former burgomaster of Berez before it was drowned into a swamp. And now he is the ghost that lingers in his ruined mansion. Parts of his story had been learned previously by the party here and there, but he filled in some gaps and gave the full scope of the events, revealing the great shame that traps his spirit here and the true reason for Strahd's wrath upon the village. and the dark history of the drowned community that haunts the swamp to this day. Meanwhile, attempting to short rest and plan their next moves in the nearby church ruins, the rest of the party bickers over the pros and cons of continuing to use the mirror and to see if it could solve their Baba problem, and who's even willing to risk continued use of this seemingly sinister reflecting surface. Tegan quickly found that instead of listening or participating in the debate for one more second, she'd rather just take the risk herself, even if she had higher odds of a very bad outcome for her than most of the rest of her companions did. There did seem to be a moment of tension where the mirror assassin seemed he would have sooner strangled Tegan than carry out the hit she ordered. But as all previous times before, he faded from the mirror's surface, presumably en route towards his named victim. With Tegan's super-sensitive ears, she could reasonably figure that she had heard the noises of that assassination attempt failing. But at least with that, she could guide the party towards the location of Baba Lysaga that had been eluding them thus far. Oh yeah, and somewhere during these events, Manu does rejoin the group after his conversation with the ghost and passes along that lore drop that he received. With a short rest complete, Tegan leads the party to where she previously heard the commotion. A hovel of a hut perched atop a giant tree stump, ending in gnarled roots like grotesque insect legs, appeared in the fog at the location Tegan pinpointed. Most of the party skulk around outside to see if they could find anything to give them an edge. Manu continues his newfound tactic of attempting a civil conversation first, even when it seems like a slim chance in hell for polite dialogue to not just escalate into fatal conflict. The conversation did not seem to be going anywhere productive, and Manu was quickly realizing the depths of danger he was in. To his credit, though, he did make it outside of the hut alive, and with having seen the interior and the green glow beneath the floorboards under a rickety crib. Manu took his cue to exit as the party created quite the diversion by releasing the crows shackled in cages hanging from the hut's exterior. Baba Lysaga seemed to have been caught blindsided, and the party kind of fucked her up pretty good for 4 whole rounds, and they managed to hold their ground by the skin of their teeth, even with everything she was throwing back at them. And that is where we left off, which brings us to the top of round 5, and Baba Lysaga's turn.
He was prone, bloodied, but threatening.
I'm incorrect. Oh. Top of round 4, not top of round 5.
What?
I finished writing the recap at like 5 in the morning.
Oh no.
So,
did we have any continuing tactics to carry over from last week?
Kill it, bang.
The only one I remember is squat on her frickin' skull, and we're already doing that. So.
Yep, and you said that she was prone. Then I forgot about that.
Ooh, grapple.
Prone is maybe an overstatement. She is inside of her. Yeah, that definitely understatement, maybe, but yeah, she is inside. Jack Jr., Stuntman Eddie, and Tegan are all sharing the cramped interior of this upturned. I don't know if the music there was coming in super hot for everybody else, but it's looking like it's spiking.
It was, or at least it was. It was there.
She was literally prone because of just having fallen from the sky. She just hasn't
had
a chance to stand up yet.
Yeah. That's
she is kind of folded in folded in half, like ass down, feet and arms up, kind of wedged into what would be kind of what you might consider a seat on the interior of this upturned giant dragon skull, which is also Stuntman Eddie, Tegan, and Jack Jr. also have hopped into the interior of that, so she's pretty surrounded and cramped and in not so good of a spot. I think she said something dramatic at the very end of the last session. I don't remember what it was, to be honest.
I just
Tricks
remember
up my
that
sleeve, something like that.
It was threatening.
Something along the lines of, "I'll get you, my pretties."
Actually, yeah, something along
Yeah.
that line is accurate.
Yeah, no, I think I remember the line specifically of
Aw, she called us
tricks
pretty.
up my sleeve. Kind of something like that. And then, yeah, cut to black.
She is bonus action. Where is it? Bonus action Misty Step. And then
Well, that's good. She can't cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn, can she?
Oh, there she is.
that's very true.
That's why I was saying her
Not
Misty
unless
Step was
she
good.
can.
Is that not possible with legendary actions? I'm not sure.
Well, even if it is, legendary action would be at the end of one of our turns.
True.
But as far as I know, Niv Mizzet is the only one who can do double spells and double concentration.
And I'm guessing that Misty Step negates any like reaction from us for trying to get any hits on.
Yeah,
Okay,
she
just-
fuck off.
Baba Lysaga momentarily turns into a mist form and then reappears kind of on the other side of one of these gnarled roots. And she starts like kind of a cackling mutter to herself while engaging in some hand motions, and then kind of flicks this way. And I'm going to need Stuntman Eddie and Tegan to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, sorry, what exactly is happening to us again?
You're making dex saves because she's flinging a
it-
spell at the two of you.
Okay.
Tegan and Stuntman Eddie.
I have
Is that
advantage.
an attack roll?
No, it is not an attack roll. It is the save on the part of the
Okay.
attack.
Because I have advantage on dex saving throws, but only if I can see them. So I was checking that.
You can see her.
Sweet. Well, that helps me get from a 3 to a 6. Oh wait, no. Forget the +1.
Yeah,
So a 7.
and
Seven,
which
yeah.
3 targets was Jack's bless on? I lost all concentration before the end of last session because I got
Right.
stunned. I got
think
stunned.
I was blessed by Tegan, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So
awesome.
then you don't have bless.
Truthfully, I can't remember who I had blessed.
You blessed me, Rick, but yeah, that's already gone apparently.
I
So.
know. I got
I
none.
blessed you. If I blessed you, it should still be active. I haven't
Well,
lost.
well here's
Okay,
my
never
thing. Here's my thing. I know I blessed Manu because I could see him through the door and you couldn't.
Yeah.
I know I blessed
Hmm.
Little Jack because you didn't bother. I think my third target was myself, which would mean that
Yeah.
yourself,
Was on Dratari, myself,
Eddie,
and
and-
Eddie.
Dratari.
Oh, okay.
That
So I
seems
think you
right.
have an extra
I
D4
thought I
on
lost
that.
it, but maybe not.
Yeah, about the
You
same.
know, hey,
I'll take it.
I'll roll it. Let's see if I can get this 7 to a
8.
10. Hey,
There you go.
could be something. Could be. Probably not
Could be.
though.
I think we both quite handily failed that, though.
Yeah. I think like a 10.
So from Eddie, sorry, I was getting a couple of my invisible things
No, and Eddie
not
rolled a
ready to
10.
show you yet. But Eddie had a 10 and Tegan had a 12. Or was there anything added to either of those?
Nope.
Both of y'all take 6 points of acid damage.
Okay, that's nowhere near as bad as I thought.
It's just a cantrip, it seems.
Yeah.
Splash.
I'm going to make something invisible real quick.
But like,
Um,
I'm still kind of surprised that, because acid splash should level up with the caster. So I just don't like. I'm just glad that the damage was that low.
Yeah.
well, specifically because the bonus action Misty Step was a leveled spell, and you were correct. I was about to try to do another level spell, but I instead elected to use a cantrip because I can do that.
Yeah, I just mean like firebolt goes from a D10 to 2D10 to 3D10,
Yes.
whereas acid splash
like,
is like D4.
Toll the dying.
Yeah, where it's way less damage, even if it is across 2 targets. And I'm glad the damage was only 6. Is basically what I'm saying.
And only 3 for Eddie.
It is also possible that I didn't read her spell sheet close enough, and
Well, that's quite alright.
that
Yeah,
she is a high enough level that her cantrips do increase more than the single d6. But I rolled maximum damage. I'm not going to go back and look at rules because I am trying to find where. How do I know? Jesus Christ. I'm trying to find out how to hide this because I need to replace it with something else. And my hierarchy list of all the tokens and things in this scene is kind of big. Where? Okay, here it is. Make that invisible. Okay, that is invisible now. And now where's the thing that I wanted to make visible? No, not that. There it is. God, I have completely forgotten how to use table flop. I don't know what I'm doing. Where are all my things? Where are all my buttons? Thanks for being very patient with me. Fuck, what? Where is the thing I'm trying to make visible? Because that does end Baba Lysaga's turn, and it would otherwise be Tegan's turn, but there's a reason I'm not letting you take that yet. I'm trying to show? No, that doesn't do it. Where? Okay. What do I... God, I was trying so hard to be prepared and have all my ducks in a row, and wow. Here this is, make that visible again. Find this, that's already invisible. That... Okay, there, I'll hide that. That makes sense. Okay, here's the thing I want to make visible. Show that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Time for the house
Yes.
to join the fray.
I was muted. Excellent.
Were you? Do you not mean to be?
Well, I meant to be
Silent.
while I was crunching on chips, and then I apparently forgot to unmute myself and was making smart-ass comments that nobody could hear.
Perfect. Just as we
What I
planned
mean,
it.
what I mean
Oh,
to say,
okay.
I
I
was
had to read
making comforting comments about how wonderful you're doing and how complicated things get, and how pleased we are in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Sure.
or both, whichever.
So the hut starts to creak to life. The kind of Salvador Dali-esque roots kind of pick themselves up and start to step down a little. Its multi-attack allows it to make 3 attacks. It's going to make 1 against Manu, 1 against Dratari, and 1 against Eddie.
Okay.
I am going to have
This is from the house.
Jack Jr.
Yes, this is from the hut.
Oh.
Jack Jr. is going to use his reaction to impose disadvantage on the one against Eddie, because it's the only one I can impose disadvantage against.
Okay.
With
Uh,
select attack.
Even with disadvantage, it was a 26 for Dratari, 28 for Manu, and a 20 for Eddie.
Well, I
Yep,
fucking
that
tried.
hits.
That'll hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Manu is taking 42 bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
Oh shit!
I know
Uh,
you're unconscious. Are you even alive?
I'm unconscious. I'm nearly not alive. That would have killed me if I did more damage.
Dratari is taking 23 bludgeoning damage.
Not great.
And the
You're trying to unalive us.
worst of it, Eddie is taking 41 bludgeoning damage.
No worries, no worries.
You're raging, right?
I'm raging. No, I'm pissed.
Good.
Royally
So that'll
pissed.
be halved, right, to 20,
Mm-hmm.
unless I
Yeah.
can't math suddenly. Distinctly possible.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not doing the best I've ever been doing, but I'm okay.
Yeah, Jatari is like not.
And like,
doing
and
well.
I still have plenty of like lucky shield, like I'm good. Nobody worries about Eddie.
If it makes you feel any better, Eddie, even with that halved, I'd be down.
That was big damage.
Yeah.
Yes, that
It's
was.
it's no joke. Although it was nice to cut a big number in half for a change.
Wait, did it just move away from us then, or?
Yeah, it has a move
though.
speed of 30 feet. These grotesque kind of spindly root legs kind of rip themselves out of the muck and start acting as little walking legs and kind of spider-like move to position itself in between you and Baba.
So is it like kind of above us a little bit?
Yeah.
God.
Okay, so it didn't disengage from me then. I'm asking if that's a attack of opportunity or not.
I mean,
It looks like
yeah, technically, I think you, as far as the attack of opportunity rules go, you're the only one. I feel like you still are in melee
Yeah,
range to hit it.
Yeah,
Do you trigger attacks of opportunity if
When you
an
leave
enemy
range,
moves but does not ever leave range, or do you always trigger an attack if it moves
only
but
triggered by leaving.
Okay,
it's-
that's good to
it's
know.
only triggered if
Okay.
it leaves without using the disengage action. So,
So
as long as it remains
when it moved,
in-
did it jump?
No, it walked like kind of grotesque wood spider
as
like.
long as it remains in
My
combat
range.
range, it doesn't
Okay.
provoke an attack for that.
Yeah.
No, that's why I was asking.
It
Okay,
can kite us.
gotcha.
I don't want to get us onto a sidetrack because I feel like most of us have long-winded opinions about it, but shit, now I don't even know how to start the statement I was going to make, and I
I'll
was
give you a
specifically not trying to.
short-winded opinion.
Basically, like, about Wizards of the Coast and wanting to, like, okay, the first part of it was me still not really knowing all the rules, or most of them, having, more experienced players like tell me how to do, and I appreciate the shit out of it. And then the second half of the statement being something like moving away from D&D and doing a different system, and like, this is how the rules work. And I was like, I almost don't want to fucking take the time to learn the rules and spend the time like creating or learning a different system. But yeah, that could take the whole rest of the episode for us to fucking have
I will give you my
but thank you for
I will give you my short-winded opinion. My opinion is that I don't really want to continue supporting Wizards of the Coast by buying more products, but I have little to no problem with utilizing existing products that we already have.
and especially since there are things like 5e tools that more often than not is, still up for use. There's been a couple times it's gone down, but
that is
usually even when
that
that happens, they have a mirrored version of it that people can still access. But yeah, and it's part of it is like, sunk cost fallacy. Like, I have a lot of dollars worth of books and like a lot of time spent on like trying to internalize the rule set. It seems like a waste to toss that and start over. That, and I'm very, very attached to not even either of the alternative arts, but just the main printing like art book of the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It's just like such a great piece of art. My mouse pad is like a version, the extended version of that cover art, and every single one of my monitors, that's my background.
Wizards does a good job on on Tasha.
There you
go. Yeah, so like
the cards are pretty sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, the
work on Tasha arts.
Yeah, the sidetrack aside, the hut thrashes y'all with its roots 3 times, 3 good slaps against 3 of y'all, and then takes a couple grotesque steps to kind of get in between the party and Baba Lysaga, which ends its turn, and now it's Tegan's turn.
So, quick question: do they still have eyesight of Baba Lysaga from like over here?
I would say no.
They can't see through through the legs or anything like that. If she's on,
it's situationally based. Like, the legs give it some height that could raise or lower. It kind of like lifted up its legs to walk around a little bit and then hunkered down a little bit. So it's more like, if you're really wanting to, spend an action to make a perception check, you could probably spot the exact location through kind of the tangled roots, because it is more hunkered down to the ground. But direct line of sight, no.
Okay.
So go ahead and throw this roll out there. This is to Manu. Manu is up with 7 HP from Healing Word. That's my bonus action. I have figured something out of character, but I'm going to try and give Tegan a roll for Arcana to see if she figures it out in character.
Ooh.
Yeah, a 21. She screams at Manu, "Did you see any sign of the gem inside?" Because I know he saw the glowing green gem in the freaking floorboards.
Yeah, everybody out of game in chat knows that. And everybody that was paying attention to that scene in game knows that too. But
yeah, I'm not
yeah,
sure.
that's perfectly
I
acceptable.
was avoiding saying anything because of my
But
other
yeah,
game.
so Tegan's going to basically if Manu answers in the affirmative, Tegan's going to say, "Eddie, this thing is probably animated the same way that they were trying to animate another big wooden thing in the where you tried your stunt and ran into the wall. If we remove the gem, that might undo this animus."
No, I didn't run into no wall. A wall ran into me. But I see your point.
Why do I feel like Stuntman Eddie gets closer and closer to like Chuck Norris meme territory with every game?
Yes.
That's definitely how he
Absolutely.
sees himself.
When Eddie
Yeah.
does push-ups, he's not pushing himself up; he's pushing the earth down.
That's how he sees himself.
I'm,
It's
I'm not
basically
trapped
how,
in Barovia. Barovia's trapped around me.
Yeah, it's also basically how Tegan sees him at this point. But in addition to being basically a good luck charm.
So what's the point? We're
Slash
trying to...
master.
So yeah, I would say that's excellent deductive reasoning on Tegan's part. Obviously, it was basically known, but good role play, good use of free action at the start of your turn. And I'm always shitty about remembering to award inspiration. So Tegan, take a point of inspiration for that.
Yay!
And nice 21.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I'm always inspired because we have Stuntman Eddie. You are my inspiration.
Unspoken aura.
Okay, DM, I have a
I don't
Let
like
me-
this smirk. I don't like this smirk.
what is it? It says
I like the smirk.
I like it as well.
Let's see what
I need to read this magic item.
let Tegan cook.
Oh right, I'm not the DM anymore. I get to like the smirk.
Yes.
I was gonna say.
So,
Quick
quick rules question.
Sorry. That smirk derailed so many things when she was playing in my game. It's
Anyways,
Well,
go.
I was wondering, I wasn't sure if this hut was a construct or a plant, and I wasn't sure if breaking the Gulthius
Oh,
would just
shoot.
auto win it.
I didn't
But-
think about a plan.
But the Gulthius, it doesn't say it works on plants. It says it works on light. So I don't.
My
no.
axe works on plants though.
Yes.
yo.
Extra 1d8 slashing every time.
So,
Good call. Good call.
but yeah, all of that being, where the heck did tabletop go? That is, I can't see Lysaga from where I am, and I don't want to give her, because she could just Misty Step right back into this thing, and I really don't want to let her do that. And I can't cast Shatter because I cast Healing Word, which I didn't mark off that I cast. What are my frickin' options here? Well, I've already used my healer's kit on myself. I'm gonna move over to where Lysaga was and use a healer's kit use on Manu.
where Lysaga was, as in you're just shifting over awkwardly, like too many people in a clown car.
Yeah, from huddling in
Okay.
one corner, being kept.
I was just
close.
clarifying because I wasn't sure if you meant moving to where you last saw Baba on the other side of the hut, but I saw where you moved the token and got what you meant.
I'm just moving next to Manu in order to heal him more. 14, so your HP is now 21, so you could almost take a hit. Depending on if it deals 20 damage or 40 damage, because it ranged to both, even without crits. So I'm guessing that's quite the large dice roll range. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do to help Eddie get into the hut to disable it.
I can help him with that.
I'm gonna try to do something here real quick to make it absolutely clear, like where the door is.
Well, I imagine it's a good 20 foot up or something like that, but that's nothing for Stuntman Eddie.
No, I mean specifically which
Where?
of the 360 degrees around the token, like which area is the door?
Well,
there's like a couple little portholes that maybe Jock or Jock Jr. could climb in around the sides, but basically everybody else would have to clamber up the roots and then get in through the door, which I've named this token door by putting the word door in brackets, and then that puts a name tag. You kind of have to zoom in to see it, but the bottom of the token says door now.
So an 8'2", 450-pound skeleton suddenly can't fit through a porthole?
well,
We're talking about the windows on Yoda's hut in fucking the old Dagobah one. They're little, like, more like bathroom vents than actual windows.
I got some ideas. And most of my ideas include rolling lucky and knowledge from a past life and...
It's fine. I got you on
Praying.
my turn. You don't have to worry about it. I got you.
Okay. Not worried.
Well,
All
that does
worry
end
gone.
my turn. I think that was a very, very good and productive bit of a turn.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Jacques would be up next.
So, I can see the door, right?
From where you're at, sure. I feel like technically your line of sight might be obscured by your party, but you did visually watch, like, I'm sure your object permanence is enough that just because the hut moved and, like, now your line of sight is obscured, like, you still understand three-dimensionally where the door is.
My object permanence is much better than my sense of self. So, cool. I am going to use a second level spell slot.
Okay.
And vortex warp Stuntman Eddie right inside the hut.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Tight. Will you read...
Okay, sorry. First, are you willing, Stuntman Eddie?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Then it succeeds.
I'm always ready for stunting.
Will you read how that spell works?
I will absolutely read. You magically twist space around another creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. The target can choose to fail. Or the target is teleported to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. The chosen space must be on a surface or in a liquid that can support the target without the target having to squeeze. The duration is instantaneous and the range is 90 feet.
I do like how it starts off with asking for their consent. Their consent. I like how it starts off with asking for their consent.
Well, I mean, it doesn't actually ask for their consent. It's just that you can give consent. So I can use it on enemies and they get a saving throw, or I can use it on allies and they can be like, no, I failed. It's fine. Teleport me.
And I'm terribly sorry that I have a very difficult time splitting my attention between multiple things. I was looking at one specific thing about the hut while you were describing that spell. Could you quickly summarize what it does again? You twist the space around Eddie, and you're putting him directly inside, bypassing any doors or walls or. And you're able to do that without having seen the inside.
No, it's an unoccupied space of my choice that I can see. So
Okay.
if the door's open, I can absolutely teleport him inside. Otherwise, I would basically be teleporting him. Is it standing right now, or is it? Because you said it was 20 feet up.
I mean, it's very tall. The hut is very tall, but the branches aren't like raised up to make it stilted. It's kind of hunched down a little bit.
Is there like a
So
porch?
I guess that would be more of a DM thing. Am I able to see into the hut in order to teleport him in there? If I can see inside one of the portholes, even I can teleport him inside, because it just has to be somewhere that I can see.
I will say that yes, you can.
Okay.
And also, Eddie, you thwarp yourself. You find yourself inside of the. Let me unhide this again real quick to get a better look at it. What the inside looks like. And this is technically moved a little bit. So
and I can just like be in the house, but know that I'm in the wherever relative to the token. Where do I go?
I'm trying to. It's visible and it's not locked. I'm just trying to be able to select it so I can move it.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, sweet. That's even easier.
Perfect.
You spin me right round, baby, right
Baby,
round.
right round like a. Oh right, I just realized that.
Like a scary spider hut.
Well, not only that, but I just realized that the lag on this would probably not make that actually sound good.
No, it didn't. That's okay. I appreciated it nonetheless. It doesn't have
hide
to
that
sound
one.
for me to be appreciative. All right, friend. Friend.
Well, I guess for the rest of the party, it'll just sound like a round.
Yeah.
You feel kind of the spatial kind of relativity around you, Stuntman Eddie, just kind of shift and swirl, almost like spaghettification yourself into a black hole. And then almost as quickly as it started, you kind of go through, your vision blacks out, and then dim light of the interior of this gross hut, a bloody bathtub. Go ahead and make a perception check. And also, at the same time of you making a perception check, I need you to make a DC 20 dexterity saving throw.
See,
Do you have a preference on which order?
Stuntman Eddie.
Probably the dex save first, because I feel like if that's a fail, the perception check isn't. We'll probably need disadvantage at the very least.
Okay.
See, Stuntman Eddie thought that he was gonna fastball special by throwing me. Little did Stuntman Eddie know that I was going to fastball special by throwing him.
I've been fastball specialed. All right. Perception.
I will turn your norms on their heads.
I'm going to use a luck point
Damn right you will.
to bump that 3 up to. All right, and then I'm going to use the knowledge from a past life to bump. Oh wait, before I do that, I do still have bless. 2. Okay,
Hashtag
I'm up to 10. Plus 2, I'm up to 12. I really want to make this, though, so I'm going to use knowledge from past life and add a d6 to it. 6. Okay. 18.
It was a DC 20. That was your perception check, right?
Yeah.
Not your dex save? Okay. Let's say the DC. Let's say you said that was 18 or 19. My brain sucks.
18.
You just said the number. Okay. Let's say the DC of that check is to be determined. So whether or not an 18 is what you want or not will depend on your dex save, which is a DC 20.
Okay, and this one hopefully will go better because I do have advantage.
You can do it. I believe
4.
in you.
Come on.
Oh, no.
11. Okay. And now we're talking plus 1, 12. We're doing pretty good. Plus another 1, so that's 13.
Oh, no.
Do you have a plus 7 floating around anywhere? Because that's what you need.
Yep.
Do you have inspiration?
Well, wasn't it the perception that needed 20, not the dex?
No, the dex.
No, the dex needed 20. The perception, the DC will depend on whether you exceed or fall short of 20.
Got any inspiration, or is it just because you're the?
Oh, what are our rules again? Does inspiration carry over from session to session, or no? Because I do.
Oh yeah, you could hold on to inspiration.
It's from like months ago. Okay, you know what? Hey, it's a boss fight. Feeling a little inspired.
Yeah, I don't know when better to use it.
Your inspiration, yeah.
Nope, wasn't worth it. It was not worth it. It's another 3.
Oh my god.
Can
Put
we
that
use
dice
our
in
inspiration to give
Okay.
to Scout?
Oh, I still have inspiration
I
too.
think
Can
I
give
think
that
I'm
to Scout.
Yeah.
I think I'm done because it's gotta be above an 11.
Can we? I mean, Stuntman Eddie is our inspiration. So can we give Stuntman
Give our
Eddie
inspiration to Scout?
the inspiration?
Yeah, just that man Eddie.
Yeah, didn't somebody inform me that you are allowed to, give your inspiration to other players?
Yeah.
All right.
The only question would be, can you?
Could you do 2 of them in one turn?
Yeah.
I feel like that is pushing it a little bit. What were you already at up to that point?
I rolled an 11, plus 1 with bless, so 11, 12, 13, plus 6, 19.
Oh, we were 1 short.
Oh wait, sorry, no, not plus 6. That was from the other roll. So 13. I'm not that close.
Oh,
Not that close.
you've got my hopes
You only
up.
have a plus 1, and your bless was a 1. So realistically, the only way to succeed would be if you got an 18, 19, or 20. So it's probably not really worth blowing every possible load on a 15%
Yeah,
chance.
I've already kind of had my. I think it is what it is. As cool as what I could have done would have been. Whatever's about to happen to me will be equally as cool. So let's keep that inspiration for bringing Stuntman Eddie back to life if needed.
Oh no.
We'll
see what happens.
No, actually, don't even worry about that because I've got advantage on death saves. Not that that's been helping me so far. I've rolled under 10 with 5 out of 6 of my rolls tonight. So let's just see what happens. I'm done rolling.
Ricky, get away from Scout.
I believe I have failed the dexterity, unfortunately.
I would say even though that was a fail, I think 18 is still high enough
It was
that
18.
you.
The perception was 18 and the dexterity was 13.
Yeah, but I would say even with the failed dex save, that 18 still is high enough for you to have seen the glowing green glow. However,
Sorry, where is it? Is it in the?
It's
in the bathtub?
underneath. It's underneath the crib here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That perception check did not allow you to see one or two other things that might have been advantageous to have spotted, but the failed dex save. You are bitten by the door. And you are going to take 3d6 piercing damage.
Oh man, I was hoping it was poisonous. 3d6.
13.
You're gonna become a warehouse.
13 piercing damage.
All right.
We're getting full-on monster house in this bitch.
That was a great pun, and I love it.
I'll stop, man. He's gonna become a warehouse.
Yeah.
He's aware.
But sorry, I was for some reason thinking this was happening on Eddie's turn, but it is still Jack's turn.
Yep.
So
My turn.
Yeah, we still have. Oh, you're right. Okay, good.
Yeah, I teleported him aside.
But that was it. Yeah.
Let me. What do I have for bonus?
So, how much damage was that again?
Shit, that was 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13
Okay.
piercing.
So rounded down, I will take 6.
Barbarian.
23 HP. I'm still kind of kicking it.
Baba Lysaga's like kind of in over here-ish, right?
You could reasonably assume that's where you last saw her.
Okay.
Roundabouts there, within 10, 20 feet.
I don't really want to stay as the only person in her, considering she'll probably be able to murk me in one hit. So I'm gonna kind of move over this way. I think that's still outside of range of the house, because I think the house was like here-ish. And then we can go ahead and have, we'll do Jack Jr. can take a turn. There it is. Cool.
I mean, given the
Jack
size
Jr.
of those
is
branches
going
and
to
roots.
move over here so that he can reasonably give disadvantage on any attack against any of those three, presumably. And then he is going to use his action in order to repair himself for 2d8 plus 3 hit points to itself.
Nice.
He can do that 3 times per day. And he repairs himself for... Okay, well, I rolled a 7 and a 1, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11 hit points.
Nice.
Cool. And that is all. Right? Let me double check my spells. Do I have any cantrips that I can cast a bonus action? No, I do. Okay, yep. That's it.
Was all for you and Jack Jr. Up next would be Stuntman Eddie. You are inside of this hut.
I got you.
You are allowed to make another perception check. That'll be a free action. I imagine the other thing you're trying to do here would be getting to under that crib and kind of trying to get at the green glow that you see.
Would I, if I do my perception check, would I also be able to like shove the crib out of the way, or would I only be able
Yeah,
to...
I'll say a second perception check. Since the last one, it wasn't even your turn.
Okay.
But yeah, you I'll say a perception check as a free action, and then whatever else you want to do.
'Cause I'm
Use
trying
your-
to get at them floorboards.
Tell me what your elven eyes see, Ed.
Well, I only have one elven eye. The other one is bugbear. But
Oh my god. I get confused.
would you believe it? 5.
No.
You're just
All right.
so
Different
Eddie
dice.
just is
It's
so
time.
focused right
It's-
now. So
it's-
focused in.
I know. I'm not too upset. It is what it is.
I'll say, and there's nothing, no modifiers or any things you're going to do to raise that from a 5.
Well, it's a 6, but
Okay, so a 6.
I'm gonna leave it.
But I guess what you are going to do with your turn is kind of use some movement to get round here-ish,
Yeah, I'm just-
to kind of get prone on the floor and...
Looking at nothing else, I just run directly to the crib, throw it out of the way, and start hacking away with the old woodcutter's axe.
Okay, you
If-
throw the crib out of the way. Out rolls a fleshy, mewling baby that begins to cry as it tossles out and kind of rolls across the floor and hits against this kind of counter over here, and is kind of like crying in like the worst airplane ride of your life type of way. Just it's a bad noise to hear.
I'm so sorry.
So you get yeah, especially unpleasant for Tegan. Make a concentration check now.
Oh
you
no,
get
I'm so sorry, Brooke.
I'm not concentrating
kidding,
on anything right
kidding.
now.
It was a joke either way, but
I shouldn't have said nothing.
what? So yeah, the crib is kind of pushed out of the way. It's maybe even precariously on top of the baby. So that's not necessarily good karma vibes. But you say you start hacking away at the floorboards with your woodcutter's axe.
Yes, and if I don't think that it will, because I think the house might be a different material than the tree branches. But if it is considered a plant, I would be getting an extra 1d. Well, I haven't even hit yet, so. Well, I guess it's not very so it's not really much of a hit.
If it's considered a plant.
Yeah. Plants take one.
Okay.
1d8 slashing damage extra.
You can go ahead and roll your attacks.
Okay. Okay. Do I need to roll to hit, or like just AC?
No, I'm sorry. Don't roll attack rolls, but just roll damage
Just
rolls.
wanted to double check, because it might be really tough wood or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of legs spread apart a little bit, kind of squatting and just you're basically ready to chop logs for the winter kind of position. Whoever the name of that TikToker everybody's obsessed with.
Oh, I thought you were going to go.
I was thinking of the Russian cheese guy, but
mostly she chops big logs with tank tops on after drinking a hug of maple syrup, and she's got big nice arms. I think she's got other videos of chopping logs with a sword too. Yeah, it's very very queer vibes.
yeah,
Just
so
like
I'm definitely getting that.
lumberjack woman chopping wood like a fucking absolute beast and looking fabulous while doing it. It's great. Anyway, so you're basically doing that at the floor. Go ahead and don't roll attack, but roll damage.
Okay, then that would be 6 plus 6 plus 5, so 17
So close.
slashing damage with my first attack.
Your first attack is enough to kind of bust away a lot of these floorboards. It's the lair and residing place of a very powerful entity, but it is also rotting and living in the environment of a swamp. So these floorboards are not exactly very dense hardwood. They're looking soggy, and some of them almost like fall apart like a cookie that's been in milk too long. So you're just your
2023.
Just your first axe blow is just like swinging down and just like splinters away. You've got a good like 3-foot diameter hole to put your hand in, and you peer inside, and there is a green glowing gem kind of in the size and shape of an acorn, or not an acorn but a pine cone. So pretty good fist size or Fabergé egg size glowing green gem is in this hole that you created.
Well, I'm gonna, without even thinking about it, I'm just gonna grab it.
DC 20 Dex save.
All right.
Oh shit.
Bite you again.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I'm gonna be confident. I'm bringing back the bad dice. I believe in this dice. 16, or an 8. I'll take the 16, and that's
plus.
with plus 16, 17, and I will. No wait, that's okay. I can't do that.
I think everything else you have is just skills.
Well, if I'm just getting bit by these little things, I think I'll probably be okay. I have 1 luck point left. Oh, but I'd have to beat a 16. So,
You'd have to beat a 20. The DC for this is a 20.
Roll alone, I would need to.
Okay.
To improve upon my roll, even. So that's I would need to roll an 18. That's not happening.
Did you roll a 1 on Bless again?
Yes, I did.
It's your Bless die that's betraying you. Otherwise, you'd have been doing way better.
Yeah, I think 2 for 7 on rolling above a 10 out of 20. So not the best, but no, I'll eat it. It's okay.
Yeah, you reach down to grab the gem, and the kind of opening in the floor, these kind of jagged floorboards with splintery, almost teeth-looking things, really kind of, solidify their appearance of a jaw and just like open up and clamp down like some weird practical effects from a Cronenberg movie, just getting bitten by a hole in the floor. So you're currently a little bit trapped, like a monkey in an apple paw, with your hand on this acorn and floor teeth around your wrist.
Now, does Eddie still have the second part of, because you have double attack or whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, I do. I have two attacks per action. So would you say that I'd be considered grappled?
I would say you are considered grappled by this bite. You could either take your second attack, assuming your axe is in the hand that you didn't reach down there with, and you might be able to free yourself on this turn. Otherwise, you could also I think it would be a strength save to just get yourself out. But yeah, since you have an extra attack, I think you could use it to do enough damage to get you out. I think you only have to. I think you only have to do 10 damage, and once again, I'll say no attack roll needed because you're just hitting the floor.
100%, I'll go for that. I don't think it would be very hard for me to do less than 10 damage against this. So what is that? That is a D8 since it's one-handed. Another D8 for the woodcutter ability, and then +5 because I'm raging. So that is. Wow, that was closer than I wanted it to be, but exactly 10 slashing damage.
Nice. I think you pull your hand out. You kind of just like make a good wild hack, like at one of the corners, like kind of trying to miss, like hope you don't go through the wood and then catch like a thumb or something. But expertly, like you basically, you emerge with a fistful of green gem and also basically this crown of thorns style bracelet of splintered wood piercing parts around your wrist. Now for sale at Hot Topic, probably. But yeah, that's uncomfortable, but it's not going to be dealing you any extra damage. You, I believe, have some movement left. I'm not sure if you're doing anything else with your turn.
And I can't try to grab it again, right?
You have it.
Yeah, you have it in hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because I never let go of it. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Then I'm 100% gonna use my movement, and I'm gonna run to like one arm on the doorway, like leaning out, and I'm gonna yell to the group. I'm gonna show them that I have it. I'm gonna go, what do I do with this?
The moment you reach the threshold, one more dex save.
You would think that he would have learned his lesson by now, but okay, one more dex save. So that is an 11 plus 2 plus 3. That's not 20. That's
yeah. No, unfortunately, you try to reach out and call out. I think the voice definitely carries enough. If for nobody else, Tegan definitely hears it. But as she's hearing the words of Stuntman Eddie is also just we recently watched the new series Beef with Steve Yeun and Ali Wong, and I'm thinking about I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but there's the door of a panic room that cuts somebody in half, and that is what popped into mind. But the door snaps shut suddenly, kind of pinning you halfway in and halfway out of the threshold for now. And you take an additional...
I was reaching out,
9.
showing them the gem. Did I get my arm out with the gem?
9 piercing damage, and with that, the save you made, I would say no, that the gem hand is still inside. And also some of the leg-like branches start curling in on themselves to kind of block the door even more.
Yucko. Alright. That's okay. I'll chop myself out next turn. I think that'll be the end of my turn.
Alright.
I'm chomped.
The swarm of ravens are up next, technically. I think they're way out of sight for you to even know what they're doing. But 1, 2, 3, those are the 3 things they're doing, which is, that's good for you. That doesn't help you at all, and that doesn't help you at all. So that's not information your characters would know, but ravens are still trying to help you, and Manu is up next.
Can I see Baba Lysaga from here?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
11.
No, you cannot. I'm sorry.
all. Don't lie.
Liar!
Okay. I suppose.
Do you
Yes, I do suppose. I'll cast Shield of Faith on Eddie. So Eddie has a +2 to AC.
Okay.
Hopefully Eddie will no longer get crunched. And I guess I'm gonna head back. Yeah, it's far enough. And
There's also Lancelot, which I haven't really been making a decisive ruling on if he goes on your turn or if he rolls his own initiative. He's not in the stack. I don't know if you want to command him to back away more from the hut to maybe be out of reach of some of the swinging things, or if you are gonna continue to. So I was about to say that in a very shitty way when I was making a comment on myself, but trust in my reluctance to add myself to doesthedogdie.com to give him some plot armor. So, but yeah, that is something you could do on your turn without using any extra actions. You could.
Yeah, I'll tell him. I'll tell him to follow me, so he comes up next to me. So he'd be like right there.
All right.
And since Shield of Faith is an action or is a bonus action, I will Sacred Flame the hut.
Okay.
So the
read
hut,
Sacred Flame.
It's got to make a dex save.
Okay.
I bet its dex saves are like really good.
I mean, it's a walk-in house,
Right?
I
mean, its dexterity saves is a negative modifier, but I'm not sure what the DC is. It was one number on the D20, which seems like a good number, but minus something because of its modifier, so it is a total of 15.
Oh man,
this hut's saving throw.
That passes.
Is that meets it, beats it?
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm so sorry.
Stupid house. That's my turn.
Stupid house.
Neos.
Okay. Dratari is up next. Feel free to take your time with figuring out what you're going to do. I have to disappear for like 90 seconds. I'll be right back. But I can still hear while I'm gone.
Okay. So yeah, I think Dratari's first thing is, trying to think through how to deal with all this, and then turns to kind of the group at large. How likely do you think it is that we can put a nightmare like her to sleep?
Unlikely.
Yeah, like metagaming
She
might
was-
have immunity to sleep, but
She was pretty freaking low though, and
yeah, like
Immunity-
if you're able to put her to sleep, possible.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
Because she's definitely not like. I don't get the impression she's super tanky either. So.
And that's if you can see her.
and there's
Yeah.
not really that many things that are immune to being magically put to sleep. Because the sleep spell, unlike some other similar disablers, doesn't have the whole thing of things immune to charm or immune to this, or immunity to whatever else is also immunity to this. Sleep is just, do you have this many HP?
yeah,
And there's not too many things that actually have immunity to it. And she was looking nasty, and you don't have
Yeah.
to see her.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and just from a psychological profiling point of view, the fact that she's kind of misty stepped away and most of you have lost sight of her is probably disconcerting and a little stressful for y'all to not know where she's going to pop out of next. But it would also lead the more galaxy brain thinking about every detail. Some of your characters are I don't know what all of your intelligence and wisdom scores are, but I feel like some of your characters, like, characteristically are playing 4D chess with things. And I feel like for those characters, it's probably reasonable to assume that her current change in tactics would lead you to believe she is likely to be very close to death's door if she stayed to fight y'all at the face.
Mm-hmm. And
so, sorry for my absence, Dratari. You're figuring out what to do?
Yeah, the only thing I missed was she called out to the rest of the group of saying, how likely do you think we can put a nightmare like her to sleep?
Tegan's like, as strong as you can, try it.
Yeah, because that's one of those things where I don't think I can run far enough to even get a hit on her, right? But it feels like that would be a bit of a waste of a turn if it turns out that you can't put her to sleep.
Well, as far as whether you could run far enough to get a hit on her, oops, that's not the button I meant to use. I meant to use this button. Even if you ran as the crow flies, no, you wouldn't quite have the movement to get to the location that you last saw her. And B, you wouldn't be moving as the crow flies because you got to go over or around this hut. And C, the last place you saw her is not necessarily where she still is. She became obscured from view, and now she could pop out of anywhere.
I see.
Metagaming, she could pop out of anywhere within 30 feet of the last place you saw her, but
yeah.
Suspensefully making it as tense as possible. She could pop out of from anywhere. Oh no, where'd she go?
I would like to pull shenanigans to help Tegan answer Dratari's question. In addition to what Tegan said, as strong as you can, try it. Because when she would have misty stepped, she would have been 25 foot away from Tegan, and Tegan has a 30-foot tremor sense.
Ooh.
So would Tegan have sensed Lysaga moving after the house moved to interpose?
That is an interesting question. I'm not sure what rules as written would have a say. I don't know if there's sage advice on this, but spot of the moment, I think with your ears, it would be pretty likely that you could, like, you're kind of one focused mind on task, trying to follow her. I think of, instead of just saying that yes, you've kind of kept audio track of where she is when she became invisible. I'll say I will ask for, I mean, the word concentration check makes sense, but since it's a constitution save to see if you maintain concentration, I feel like that's not actually it. I'd say which skill check is perception? Is that intelligence or wisdom? I think it's intelligence, right?
Nope.
It's wisdom? Okay. I'm wrong. I always get those two. So make a general wisdom check. and I'll say the DC is 17, and meet or beat that. You have kind of your 21. Nice.
Nat 20.
You still cannot see her, but there is something moving slowly and stealthily, and you hear it clearly on kind of the thatch roof of the hut.
Well, that makes that a little easier for me.
That's a nasty trick. So yeah, and Tegan, as she way more loudly than someone who's right next to you should have said it. As strong as you can, give it a try, and she'll be pointing up towards the top of the hut.
Taking that as a sign, I'm trying to figure out how to get the little the circle tool that you were using a second ago.
Let me make it visible.
Thank you. And it's a 20-foot radius, and I'll just put it like right on top because I think that'll still miss.
Okay.
Ooh,
You should be able to move it yourself, but
oh, okay. 20-foot radius. Let's move it back just a smidge so it's not hitting Eddie.
So north a smidge.
Yeah, north a smidge. There we go. That makes the most sense. That's still hitting the majority. Actually, yeah, can I select? There we go. So, yeah, that makes the most sense for a 20-foot radius. So, yeah. She brings up her shield up to the sky, kind of pointing it up at the thatch roof, and then starts singing a very soft melody that is totally, coincidentally, sounding like the Jigglypuff theme. Etc. And cast sleep on top of the thatched roof area.
Jack falls asleep immediately.
Which one?
Yes.
I would assume the one who can sleep.
And I cast it at second.
The other Jack pretends to sleep. It's fine.
Aw, it's cute. That's actually kind of adorable.
I got you.
All right, let's
For
see.
the eyes. Go for the eyes, boo.
A sleep spell slot at second level. Roll an additional 2d8 for each slot above first level.
So 78.
Yeah.
78?
Nah. 78 in total, yes. Okay, I guess I don't have... I guess I only have 3 d8s, so I guess I'll just have to do this multiple times. 8, 4, 4, so that's 16. 8, 10, 16 plus 18, that'll give you 22. Oh, no, 32. Yeah. And one last one. 36. And it starts with the person that has the lowest hit points first.
And that would, and since none of your party are inside, Eddie is pretty close, but you managed to get him outside of the radius. And you're specifically targeting it up. Is the spell area of effect strictly a circle, or is it a sphere? Sphere. Okay, and you're mainly targeting it on the roof. I would say it would affect the what looks like a baby first, because that's still in there. And how much was it again total? 30 something?
Yeah, the way that it works is it's 36, and it starts off with the thing with the lowest amount of hit points.
Okay.
Completely drains it of that, and then moves on to the next, and then the next, and the next.
Okay, so that leaves 32.
Hey,
And
you're welcome, Tegan.
32. Yeah, Tegan, you hear the baby who has been just crying and making an awful racket immediately yawn and fall silent. And then
Can I say
afterwards,
something there, though?
yeah.
Is the baby's health that low after having been in the cloud kill? Or was it actually as... Did it have health at that point? Or is it immune to the poison of cloud kill?
Without having gone inside, and yeah, I'm not even gonna say an Arcana check. I feel like you don't really know what's up with the. You just hear the sounds of a crying baby, and neither Manu nor Stuntman Eddie mentioned anything about a baby inside. So
I didn't see the baby.
Kick
What
the
baby?
Don't worry, just I put him back to sleep. Put them back to sleep. There you go.
But after me saying that, did I answer your question, or was there something else?
I was just trying to finagle my way into having it not count those 4 HP off.
Good try, but good try, but yeah. Some of it does get redirected to this. We're still going to call it a baby. And you, Tegan, are the only one who also hears, in addition to thank God the baby crying noise has stopped. Up on the roof, you hear a yawn and a bit of a stumble. But the movement does not stop entirely. And there also seems to be a slight increase in the level of insect noise that is mixed into the kind of ambient environment. If that explanation made anything clear.
Well, especially because she's already tried to do that to escape once. Yeah.
But that was Dratari's turn casting the sleep spell. You doing any movement or anything else?
Yeah, you know what? Manu's looking kind of lonely, you know? It's better to team up, keep up as a team. Especially when you only have
True.
literally 5%
parties is better than 3. 3 parties is better than 4.
Actually, shoot, should I do that or... Actually, wait, how long is that anyways? Oh, that's only 20. I feel like if I stay too much closer, I'll just get killed again. Unless...
Yeah, I was gonna say, watch out for the tree still, because it's able to hit multiple people at once.
Good point. So probably
it did
be like maybe.
Yeah, 3. Were we all adjacent?
We were adjacent to each other. We were lined up. Because we were right at the doorway essentially.
As massive as this thing's branches and roots are, and just it being a big ass creature in general, I have to imagine it's got some nasty frickin' range.
Yeah. So part of me is now wondering, is there a point to try to run away a little bit?
Well, hopefully, if Eddie can get that thing out of the house,
we're done with the house.
Are we? Hopefully. That's what Tegan's Arcana check has lent her to assume.
I could also... I could make wine and get the house drunk.
Yeah.
No,
Let's just back up a little bit so that we're not...
If we get the gem out and start running with it, I think that also might entice Baba Lysaga to maybe not run away, because we do want to kill her. So if we can get out of range of the house, then it's back to 5v1, which is way better than 5v2.
Well, 5v1 plus a big ass house, but yes.
Well, I mean, if the house doesn't seem to be able to move very quickly.
Master.
Although we'll see, maybe it just didn't. But
Actually, that's a very good point.
if we can outrun the house,
The house,
the
the house's movement speed seems slower because of its size. It did move 30 feet on the turn that it moved.
Okay.
I can move 40 and carry someone. But yeah, okay, maybe that's not as viable as I thought. Damn, it'd just be lumbering.
Okay.
I'm gonna
yeah,
leave
no,
call
you're
for
right.
a
That is
second,
30
come
feet.
back in. It keeps freezing for me.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I just have to keep refreshing.
Table plop is
Discord is.
disconnect.
Discord.
Oh,
You guys
Discord.
are all freezing
Okay.
for me, so
No, for me
I'll
it
be
was
right back.
just
I'm gonna
table
reset
plop.
Discord.
For sure.
Dang,
I had to reconnect to table plop like a handful of times during the day while I was
done it,
getting
like,
set up,
12
but
times so far.
so far during the session, I don't think I've had to hit refresh once on my end. Yeah, it's an interesting program, and also interesting that it's like one single person developing the whole thing, and
for that,
this is just like a passion project. He has a full-time job, and this isn't it. And he only has, I don't know, like a couple dozen people given, some bucks to Patreon. And also it's rad that like
I just disconnected again.
There's no features that you can't access on Table Plop if you don't support the Patreon. You just get extra like storage space in your resources folder, which I also think is cool that the option to pay what you can if you can is there, but if you can't, it's not like you can't use some of the features that make it a usable VTT. It's very bare bones, but I like Table Plop a whole lot for a lot of reasons. Sorry to gush about it, but was that the end of Droitari's turn?
I guess so, yeah. Was really hoping
Okay.
sleep to work, but oh well.
Top of round 5. I gotta read this real quick. You start to hear some muttering from this thatched roof, and this whole 20-foot radius
yeah, I should move back more. Dang.
Erupts with just gnarly black tentacles like erupting out of the ground, like and one creature for the enters the effects.
Alright, we're definitely not outrunning that house. I'm hoping that Tegan's guess is correct.
And at the same time, Tegan, I'm not sure if the answer is yes or no, but are you still like inside of the skull?
Yes.
You
I
are
am
still
currently
inside
in the
skull.
spot that she fell into previously.
Okay. Make a
I'm still in it.
Make a dexterity save. DC 15.
Let me select my character.
Haha, no.
Total of 20.
20 beats a 15. You lurch as this skull kind of very swiftly rises and goes through a couple like high G-force maneuvers as it kind of, in addition to just rising straight up, also does a barrel roll in an attempt to kind of toss you out. And you get about 20 feet up. And the skull is now, depending on your perspective, upside down or right side up. Right side up, as a dragon skull would be, but upside down as the dragon skull would be used as a mount. So with that 20 save, you have a firm two-handed grasp on kind of the rim of the inside of the skull. And are kind of dangling there about 20 feet up, but were not dislodged from the mount. And what else am I going to do? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. That ends the Baba's turn. And the hut. Not that hut, that hut.
Pizza the Hut?
Yes.
It's making 3 attacks. One, the first one, it's reaching up towards Tegan to kind of try to swat her down. The other 2 are going to be rock attacks. One is going towards Manu, and one is going towards Dratari. So the first one is a 23 to hit.
Misses. I'm kidding. Yeah, I don't even bother
Do
to
you
roll.
think that hits a bard?
Tegan,
Oh no.
I think this is really bad news, but that's 42 bludgeoning damage.
You would have to do 48 to auto kill me where I am.
Okay.
42 is my max. So you would have to deal that plus my current, which is 6. Well, now it's 0. Point stamp.
I'm sorry. Things were freezing a little bit. What just fucking happened?
The hut is taking 3 attacks. The first attack was a root attack against Tegan, which dealt 42 damage, and now she is beginning to fall 20 feet.
Could I have given that disadvantage with reaction from Little Jack?
The attack roll was a 23. Disadvantage. I was thinking.
Right.
You can't.
Because Little Jack is next to it. Sorry,
No,
audio in Discord keeps freezing for me. So like.
But please listen. You can't. Is the answer. The skull that I'm in picked me 20 foot up off the ground, so I'm 20 foot away from Little
Okay,
Jack.
I missed that part too. Gotcha.
Yes. So
Is
the
20
answer
feet out of range of that?
It has to be
adjacent.
literally adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, unfortunately.
So yeah, I'm unconscious. I'm gonna fall 20 foot and immediately take a death save from
Hold.
fall. Unless you have.
I
Feather
have
Fall.
I have feather fall. Yeah, I'll use
Okay.
feather fall as my Big Jack's reaction, and I might as well. Yeah. So I'll feather fall you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So at the very least, you're not gonna take an auto death.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that wasn't the end of the turn because it is also using 2 of its other roots to pick up essentially boulders from in the muck and throw one at Manu and one at Dratari. And those attack rolls are 13 against Manu and 27 against Dratari.
Yep, that hits.
Miss me.
Why did you guys move away from
Manu?
here? He could have protected you.
Manu did not take 22 damage because the huge ass boulder missed him, but Dratari does take 15 bludgeoning damage.
And I'm down.
As a mucky, just pulled up from the grime rock by this gnarled root, kind of baseball pitcher fucking tosses it at you, hits you square in the chest, and you say you're out. You're unconscious with that.
Yep.
Dratari kind of hurls backwards a good 10 feet. I'm not going to move your token to affect the tactics of the field, but actually, if you want me to, because that would put you outside of the thing.
What exactly is this thing?
You're inside Everard's black tentacles, and the rules of the rock throw doesn't tell me if somebody gets hit. I could make them move backwards, but I feel like flavorfully that works. You get hit in the chest with a big ass boulder, you're gonna fly back a good 5-10 feet. I don't think the rules work that way, but I feel like it works in your favor if I put you like here, so you don't wake up having to make tentacle saves.
Gotcha. I'll take it.
So yeah, those were the 3 attacks. Tegan is unconscious from just getting smacked with a root and fell out of the skull mount she was trying to maintain grip on. Jock was able to spare her a hard fall with a reaction of feather fall. Manu managed to miss getting hit by a very huge fucking boulder, and Dratari did get hit square in the chest, and she also now looks to be unconscious. Things are starting to look bad, but that is the actually no, we have some movement. So 5. Nope, that's not the thing I want to move. Lock that so I could select this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that is taking Eddie with it, because Eddie is in the maw of the door, and that is the end of. So Tegan is unconscious. Death saving throw. Fortunately, you only have to make one.
Well, that is somewhat true, except I also fell into the area of Everard's and take the damage from that because I auto-fail that save. So I have a success and a fail.
Things are... Wow, that's looking bad.
I'm very grateful for the house running away. Blessed. Absolutely blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
Yeah, 1 success, 1 fail. That's Tegan's turn. Jacques, you are up next. 2 of your friends are unconscious and looking to be somewhere on death's door. And one of your friends is being carried away by the now toothy mouth of this spider hut.
I am not super concerned about stuntman Eddie. Being carried away by the house is just his greatest stunt yet.
Barely cracks the top 10.
The greatest stunt yet that I've seen.
It probably is, actually.
He's gonna do like a sick gainer off of the house. And it's gonna be dope. Let's see. Can I see Baba Lysaga at all? I don't see her token.
You cannot.
I cannot. Dope.
Actually,
I kind of hate that.
There's more than 0% chance, so I guess make a perception check, and I'll say the DC is going to be pretty high. I'll say the DC is a 21. So hopefully you have at least a +1 in your perception.
I have exactly a +1 in my perception. And
So
I mean, I got an 18.
Yeah, no, you
Oh, that's
shit.
awful.
Shit is really chaotic and hard to keep track of, and a lot of pieces are moving around on the board. So yeah, you don't know where Baba Lysaga is.
I mean, I guess I can roll for Jack Jr. He's actually got a much better chance to see her than I do.
Yeah, you could roll for both y'all.
Yeah, he gets a +6.
Nope.
Yeah.
Screeching scan.
I rolled an 18 for him, so that's a 24.
Okay, you see, kind of, or you don't, but Jack Jr. sees, kind of, skulking down and obscured by kind of a cloud of insects, kind of the shape of that bizarre two upright bun hairstyle. Pretty camouflaged in with the natural like thatching of the roof, but Jack Jr. does see that.
Okay, so she is on the house.
On the roof, and I'd say 3/4 cover, because she's down and probably other side of one of the angles.
As soon as he spots it, it's like full-on Children of the Corn, man. He's just and shit. You know what'd be great? If I could heal you at all.
And if you could, I would prioritize Dratari.
That would just I mean, either of you. I mean,
I would actually go for Tegan first because you're
So sorry.
outside of the circle.
I would go for
tendrils.
Dratari because Dratari's next in initiative order and she can lay on hands Tegan.
That's true.
You are also a strong healer.
Man, I don't have fuck all. I don't have any potions or anything either, do I? No, I do not. Well, hell. Maybe I should start preparing a magical tattoo of, oh shit, my friend's dying. I mean, healing. Yeah, alright. Well, that's kind of a fucking bummer.
Isn't there like a medicine check you can try to do? For people
Yeah,
that are
I can make a medicine check. I'm pretty shit at it, but
Yeah.
The medicine
I
check
only
would
get,
only
I have a
stable-
+1.
Yeah, the medicine check is a DC 10, but it also only stabilizes. And it's
she
and
won't
it's
be conscious.
just a second. It gets worse because the second I took damage from the Everds again, I would no longer be stable. So there again, Dratari would be the choice.
And I don't have a second level spell to vortex warp her away from the damn things again.
And I just used my second level spell on sleep that didn't do shit.
It made the baby shut the fuck up. That's not nothing.
That's true. Small things, right?
Yeah, really all I can do is kind of move and take pot shots at Baba Lysaga.
Maybe you could.
If she's at here, she's in range of me right now.
Yeah. Well,
where did Jack Jr. spot her at on the roof?
I'll say there-ish. Oops.
There-ish?
Did Jack Jr. pointing and screeching, is that enough that anyone else would know where Baba Lysaga?
between what Jack Jr. pointed to the roof and when Tegan directed Dratari to point to the roof?
Yeah, I think at this point people would probably be at least somewhat like she's on the roof at the very least.
Right.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm going to shoot
Oh
at
shit.
her. It's about the best I can do right now. I am hashtag blessed right now. It's not too bad. 18 plus what's my attack modifier? I mean, 26 is pretty good. Does 26 hit even with the cover?
I'm looking up what is a 3/4 cover is +5.
5, I think.
And where is my Baba? Baba, where'd you go? Baba, come back. There's Baba. So Baba.
I need you for
armor
a
class.
TPK. Baba, come back.
You needed a 20.
I'd say a 26 hits then. Alright, awesome. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and roll my second attack before I roll damage. And it's actually another 26. I rolled 15 and then 15.
2 hits.
15 and then 15 on 20 and then 3 on that. So yeah, 26 and 26. So that's gonna be 2d8 plus 10.
What was the total of the damage of both hits again?
Almost maximum damage. It's gonna be 25 points of damage.
Wow. And are these crossbow bolts? I'm sorry, I had to excuse.
They are
myself for a second.
absolutely magical.
Okay.
Magical it's crossbow bolts, and it's infused with my infusion.
But Jack lets 2 bolts fly, just like the most
wait.
sniper.
Yeah, I'm also going to use my Fury of the Small ability to add 3 points of damage, so it's going to be a total of 28 points of damage, actually.
28.
Yeah.
Can I throw my spine onto that
Right.
as well?
Jack lets loose 2 bolts flying, and like a fucking expert sniper or like something out of one of the many variations of a retelling of a Robin Hood story, like an arrow piercing another arrow, bullseyeing, and just like you had the smallest area, targetable area, as she was just like barely peering over, and you nail her twice for a whole fucking lot of damage. And anybody, not necessarily having to make a perception check, but anybody who's being really hawk-eyed on the situation sees that she is bleeding profusely, and it is beginning to drip down the sides of the thatched roof and the size of the hovel, looking like...
Love to see it.
All right. Is that done for Jack and Jack Jr.?
That's done for Jack. For Jack Jr., I would like for him... It's good strength, right? Yeah. I would like for Jack Jr. Can Jack Jr... Oh, she's still too far up, isn't she?
Yeah, she's pretty high up. She's at least 25, 30 feet up.
Fuck.
Because the hut is not very tall, and the root legs are kind of hunched down to make it as short as possible. But even as it is, you know, the stump is a good 10 feet tall, and the hut is a good 15 feet tall. She's at least.
Actually talking about Tegan. She's...
Oh, Tegan's on the floor.
Barely
right.
floor.
She fell down. She fell down.
Yeah.
Then
You
I
feather
would
fall there.
like for Jack Jr. to like full-on little person fireman carry her out of the tentacle range.
Okay, and I neglected. You're not inside of it, but I neglected that Jack needs to make a dexterity saving throw of DC 17.
And that would be a meets it, beats it.
Woo!
I rolled a 13, and his dex save is +4.
Does not look like you take half damage if you beat it, so looks like you take no damage, and you are also not restrained. So,
Which is great.
Little Jack kind of like a gymnast jumping through lasers at a high stakes museum heist is just you know, wire work, crouching tiger, hidden golem, just jumping through all these writhing tentacles, manages to grab Tegan. And I'll say that's even enough that Tegan does not have to make any saves or automatically fail saves because of how well Jack Jr. was able to kind of piggyback her out of there in a parkour style of way.
Full on
could almost say-
channeling the Eddie inspiration. I'm like
So-
picturing Jack Jr. with his force-rended blade, like Indiana Jones, just hacking through these tentacles like a jungle.
You can almost say that Jack
it's
be
great.
nimble.
Back to the Dagobah scene from the old Star Wars. It'd be like if instead of Luke doing front flips and swinging from vines and carrying Yoda, it would be the same scene, but Yoda is carrying the much larger person while doing it. So yeah, Tegan is safely safely extricated. Yeah, that's set to public, so if anybody else has area of effect spells, they can use that. But I usually set it to hidden, which makes none of y'all able to see it. So if you can't see it and need to use it, just tell me to reveal it.
Move there so that Jack Jr. can give disadvantage on any attacks that might target Tegan or Jack.
So yeah, Tegan is out, not out of the wood still, unconscious, but like safe from the tentacles, thanks to the just crazy a parkour course that would make H.R. Giger come. God, that I said that sentence and I disgusted myself. But yeah,
Wow.
that was great. Tegan is safe. Wow.
I think I might have gotten cancer from listening to that.
I think I might have just gotten canceled for saying that. Oh wow, my
Editor, cut it out.
Yeah, I'll take that out in post, which is really a joke because I don't actually do any editing at all. So if I've ever said that, it's been a joke. Wow.
Anyways,
Does that end you and your friend's turn? It was an excellent turn.
Yes, it will.
You did such a good turn that I started talking about the fetishes of H.R. Giger. So
Thank you for that.
after you,
The more you know.
Stuntman Eddie is up, and you can make your choice of a strength saving throw or a dexterity saving throw.
I'll do Dex. Yeah.
You have
Are you-
advantage.
Wait,
Are you
what?
joking?
What?
Well,
you have
so,
a better
okay.
dex than strength?
Well, wait. Oh, am I trying to beat 20? Then I should probably do strength. So
Yeah, the
You have
DC
advantage on
the
both
DC is
anyway.
20.
Don't you get advantage when you're raging?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Then
Oh.
definitely strength.
Like I get why you wanted to
Good
go
save.
for dex because you advantage on dex saves, but you also have advantage on strength
Yeah, and
saves, and your strength is
also,
like better.
like beating a 20, it's more likely that I just need the bigger bonus, honestly, than advantage. I think either way.
And you do get the you're still hashtag blessed, so.
Yes,
And
indeed.
hashtag raging.
All right, so hashtag raging,
And hashtag inspiring everyone.
which is great because my first roll was a natural 1.
Oh my god.
At 16 plus 6, so that beats it. I don't even need plus.
That'll do it. You manage to get yourself almost all the way out of the hut. I'm gonna want you to make one more. Let's say another strength check. Not a strength saving throw, but a strength check.
Okay. Could I use athletics?
No, for
If
this
not,
that
no,
wouldn't
okay.
apply. I'd just say
Okay.
if there's anything else like I'd say you could also use whatever your melee attack modifier is. If that's better than just a strength check.
I'll just do a strength.
But I feel like those two numbers are
Strength
all
check.
likely the same.
Strength check you have advantage on because rage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just go with the strength check. 3 or 8.
Hashtag blessed.
So that's 8 plus. Yeah. So 8 plus 6, so 14. Hope it's not beating a 20, but 16, 17, 18.
18.
Or-
You.
Wait, what's that? It might have been 16. I might have.
I'm sorry,
doubled-
bless isn't on
doubled
checks. It's on attacks or saving throws.
Oh, that's right.
You wouldn't actually get bless.
So it'd be 16 anyway.
So it was lower. It was lower than a 20. You do get yourself fully extricated, and you kind of stumble out the front of this hut. In the process of getting your whole fist out of this biting door, you do drop the gem.
No.
Dang it.
In the hut or out of the hut?
Inside of the hut.
I never
Wait.
got my arm with it out. I tried to, but it didn't happen.
But I thought that was the arm that you had like on the
No, that's
outside.
so my goal.
It was kind of like
through,
she was kind of
but
like
I
at a
through.
yeah. She was kind of after that first successful check.
Yeah.
She was kind of still in the monkey paw trap where
Mhm.
the monkey can't leave unless they let go of the apple.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you get yourself out. You are not bitten or restrained by the hut, but the gem you were trying to take out, you had to let it drop to be able to get yourself fully out.
Well, in a way, this is perfect because it makes my turn so simple. I'm going to attack the door again.
Okay.
I'm trying to chop my way back in to grab that gem. I don't know anything else.
This one, I will ask you to make an attack roll. Its armor class is not high.
Okay, that's totally fine.
Kill the door.
And this time you get hashtag blessed.
Yes. Okay. So I'll roll them together. So don't forget.
I feel like I can never say that
18
without the
plus
hashtag
1 plus
anymore.
6. So 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And then 2 hands again. Not 9. Okay. Plus 5. So 14. Oh, 14 plus. Is it still considered a plant?
It is not considered a plant.
Okay, then just the 14 slashing damage for my first attack.
Okay.
Because
I will say before you make decisions about your second attack, what you were attempting to do was essentially like hack the door off, so there's no more door to be an obstruction anymore. That was the goal of that attack.
I was gonna like just hack my way through. Like I am digging with a sword.
Okay, I will say that first attack, it did hit. It did do 14 damage. It did hack one whole door off, like basically one half of the jaw that had previously clamped you. But in its place, it seems like you have taken, some hit points away from the pool of this total thing's, structural integrity, but the kind of magic nature of this creeping hut fills in the door that you hacked off with more kind of jagged, toothy. So it seems like you're taking off hit points from this hut as if it was a creature, but as far as hacking pieces away specifically, it seems to be
Gotcha.
using its own pool of hit points to close up any areas that you're trying to make.
Okay, I can imagine that. Okay, well, you know what? I don't think. I'm gonna be real. I don't think that changes my plan at all because I'm just gonna keep doing that then. So.
Okay.
He was
yeah,
hacking and slashing and whacking.
I kind of like I do my
Splash Man
attack.
chopping
I
that
look
door.
for 1 second. I watch it fill in. I go, well, back to work.
Roll another attack.
Yeah.
He's chopping at this
so
door, going, just
11
singing.
plus
Hi ho, hi ho.
so
It's off
18
to
to
work
hit.
we go.
18 hits.
Sweet. What is that? Oh,
Hi ho,
10
hi ho, hi ho.
plus 5.
See,
5
now I
plus
can-
5, so 10 slashing damage.
10, not bad. A bunch of bark and more of this door section kind of chips away, but again, it's like the segments of the bark of like kind of the tree roots just kind of shift to kind of shore up any of the wounds that you've made in it, which does seem to be whittling down what is probably a very large pool of hit points. But yeah, that was a couple strikes that did do damage to it.
I think Eddie was like pretty single-minded at the beginning, but like looking at this, he's kind of thinking about it, not really seeming to work, and he does kind of remember, oh, she's up there. So, is there any like path that? Is there any way Eddie could like get up to the roof? Either like
I'll say
climbing or...
I probably should make you use an action to do so, but in this instance, I'll call it a free action to make probably athletics or acrobatics check to try to clamber up the side. I think you haven't used any of your movement this turn, so I think I think that's my excuse for allowing you to take another free action.
I can trade movement for it.
Use athletics. You have advantage on athletics checks
Anything strength based.
because it's strength based.
Okay. That makes sense. I see what you're saying. However, no. I actually didn't know that it did work for athletics as well. So that's awesome. Super helpful. Well, then I'm gonna do that. So 15, 12, I'll take 15 plus 6, so 21. Yeah, I think that's it.
I'll say that takes all your movements. It's not quite 30 vertical feet, but it's somewhere pretty close to there.
That amount of time and effort.
To get up to the top.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
And I'll say make a perception check. I would have given you advantage were you not locked in the door when Jacques hit her twice. But I feel like your position at that time wouldn't have given you the advantage of kind of knowing where to look. So with a 9, I would say you're kind of on the roof, which you're pretty sure she's still on, but you do not see her.
Okay.
Can Eddie still see the arrows that are, or the bolts, I guess?
I would just assume with that, no, right?
Yeah, no, because I mean the bolts landed in Baba, and with a 9,
yeah.
Eddie does not see Baba.
Plus the enchantment, the repeating
What are those
enchantment
bolts stuck to?
actually. The repeating enchantment actually makes the bolts dissolve as soon as they've hit or missed.
Gotcha.
So there's no bolts there to be seen.
Okay.
Do I notice any bolt residue? No. Okay. I think
Joke's
that'll,
on you,
that'll...
DM. I can smell her blood.
So I've done a stunt. I'm feeling real confident. I'm just kind of posed up on the edge of the roof and on my turn.
Just
right.
remember your past life as a bloodhound, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
I can do that, but I can only do it one more time. So I'm gonna wait.
Bears do have an amazing sense of smell.
They call me
Oh, that's
Bloodhound
true, yeah.
Eddie.
They call me Bear Hound. Oh, that actually
Outside,
does sound like a thing Eddie would say.
Right?
outside of any range that any of y'all are able to see, partly because of the kind of obscuring mist of the swamp, and also partly because you're more focused on the immediate threat. There are 3 actions taken by some of the swarm of ravens, and all 3 of them did good things for your side of this fight. And it is Manu's turn.
Animal friends. Good job, animal friends.
Go Raven.
Go Ravens. I am now a Ravens fan.
Baltimore, let's go.
I got a 4 for the dex save for the spell area.
He is. It's 20 rating.
It's a 20-foot square, not the radius. So you're looking at the 20-foot cube size, which is
so I'm
from here.
Oh, good. Okay. Good spot because
Wow.
Yeah, it's way smaller than that 20-foot radius sphere. Like
okay.
Okay.
I thought I was in it.
Yeah.
I thought you were in it too. So thanks for pointing that out, Brooke.
Good Arcana.
Well,
I've played too many wizards. I know my black tentacles.
Hot.
We already went over HR Geigerborn. We'll get back to that later.
Alright. I am going to cast Aura of Vitality, and then
Vitality.
Yeah.
with that as a bonus action, I am going to heal Tegan.
Nice.
For 5 hit points.
It helps. That's
still
enough. That's enough.
that's awake and not making death saves.
Yep. At least none of us are in like immediate danger zone there.
Right into the danger zone. Oh, I can't sing that. Stuntman Eddie will start doing some sick stunts.
I'm
Yeah,
not hearing a
that's-
downside.
That is.
The downside is he'll get
For me.
distracted from attacking Baba Lysaga.
I think Eddie can multitask for that.
As soon as I start singing that, he just does a gainer off of the roof. Just free diving from the roof.
You can almost call it free falling.
And I'm free.
Free falling.
falling.
Anyway,
Man, Tom Petty was great.
yeah.
Any other? I think that was
No,
you said
that's
that
it.
was a bonus action. So okay, that's it. Drotari is up next.
And making
And you are making a death save. I forgot you got hit in the fucking chest with a giant boulder.
at 4 health points left, so yeah, not great. 16.
The bold.
Okay, that is a successful death save. Which brings us to the top of round 6. This is where's the information?
This
I think
is
it's
Spinal Tap.
but,
This is us.
this
5, 10,
is the
My fight song.
40.
killer. This is the
I
painkiller. This is
Oh, and while I was gone, I did hear, yes, Stuntman Eddie, he do love stunting.
The giant dragon skull that had lifted up into the air kind of reorients and zooms over near the roof of the hut, and Baba Lysaga kind of pops out from the other side of the gable from where Eddie was located, explaining why he didn't see her at first, and she just leaps off and lands inside of her mount.
Ah, darn.
Let's see.
It's probably easier to see that thing,
Mm.
which is one of our biggest problems, or just seeing her.
Also, the fact that she was
Eddie's
on
biggest problem, but
Yeah.
not everyone's biggest problem.
The black tentacles slurp back into the mud and are no more. I think I was supposed to have imposed half your movement speed on Jack Jr. when he was doing the parkour through there, but that was so cool. I'm not going to go back and retcon it because that was technically that was technically difficult terrain, and I just forgot about it. But that was very fucking cool, so we'll allow it.
Jack Jr. acknowledges your difficult terrain and politely declines.
Yeah.
Let's go with that, I guess. I mean, he is thankful for the merciful Lord and Savior DM.
Oh.
Thou shalt worship no false idols, unless that false idol is your DM and your survival hinges on a saving throw.
Valid.
She is.
Corinthians, volume 420.
Well, you told me not to worship false idols. I'm still not. For the DM, is not a false idol. So there you go.
So Lysaga gets into her mount.
Yes, and I'm trying to A bright light flashes away from her, and I am going to need Jack Jr., Tegan, Manu, and unfortunately Lancelot to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
Manu's save is a total of 0.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
I got a 21, but
the DC is 17. The
Yeah.
DC is 17, so
And do you want me to roll for Lancelot?
yes.
Well, he also fails.
no.
Okay, so I rolled an 11 on die, and then my bless was 4, and then my bonus is 2. So Jack got exactly 17.
Okay, Jack's
Jack
a
Jr.
save.
Jack Jr. rolled a 3.
Oh no.
For a total of 7. Which, according to my math, is significantly shorter than what he needed.
Just a tad.
Luckily for you, out of this large number of D6s, a good number of them were 1s and 2s.
Sick.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. To anybody whose saving throw was lower than a 17, you are taking 18 points of damage. If you meet or beat fire damage, if your saving throw was 17 or higher, you take 9.
Okay, so it's 18.
Which is that could have been a lot of worse because I rolled a 18 on a failed and 9 if you succeeded.
Okay.
That was a lot of D6s. It could have more than half of them were 1s or 2s, so that could have been.
So I'm glad I took that turn to heal, because Jack Jr. is at 6 HP now.
She ought to
Fireball
be very
average is
glad she
28.
did that, because I'm next, and I swear I was going to 3rd level magic missile her ass.
And I now regret not just doing one of those rebuke the whatever, just to send it back. I don't think I can do that while dead.
I think I will also use my reaction to absorb elements on myself.
And I lose Aura of Vitality.
Oh, are you down?
No, I'm not down. I lose the aura. I failed the concentration.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I'm gonna go ahead and have that 9 down to what, 4, because it's rounded down. Is that right?
Yes. Because 4.5 would turn into 4. But that being basically the end of the turn, she feels like she has terrified kind of this group down here. She turns and points a gnarled finger at Eddie, and she says, "You're next if you don't get out of here." And she kind of just hovers there pretty high up, about 35 feet off the ground.
Sounds to me like she's threatened and scared and trying to bluff.
That ends her turn. Fortunately, the house has another turn. Fortunately for her, the house gets another turn. It is going to try 2. Let me find my... There it is. It is going to make one root attack against Eddie, and Jack Jr. are going to have some rocks lobbed at you. Eddie is a 21 to hit, Jack is a 26 to hit, Jack Jr. is a 13 to hit.
I would like you to make the one against Jack at disadvantage, as Jack Jr. is going to impose disadvantage on that attack.
It went from a 26 to a 17.
My armor class is 17. Meets it.
Ah.
I am also hit.
Alright, so that doesn't hit
hard
Jack
for me.
Jr., but
do
Jack
that.
is hit.
Okay, so
Barely,
Eddie
that's
is
what things-
slapped by a root, taking 22 bludgeoning damage. What was it you said that Jack Jr. is not hit, but Jack is, or the other way around?
No,
Okay.
Jack's hit. 17 unfortunately matches my armor, so it hits. Ooh, and I don't have a reaction to use shield.
So that's 14 bludgeoning damage on Jack Jr. and 21 bludgeoning on Jack.
Oh, the attack on Jack Jr. didn't hit. Jack Jr. has an armor class of 15, and you had a 13 to hit.
Okay, so Jack Jr. does not take that hit, but Jack does get hit for 21.
Jack's down.
Does Jack being down have any effect on Jack Jr.?
I don't think Jack Jr. operates if Jack is down.
Yeah, it does.
Does he?
Mm-hmm.
I know something happens.
The robot
He
cries.
gets sad. Yeah.
And that makes me a sad panda.
And then the hut is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And my brain is so frazzled, please remind me. Eddie, you are no longer, like, stuck on the hut. You're free. You're not
I'm
locked
like
to it.
I'm on the roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You are on the roof.
Roofing.
So,
If I'm
you can
incapacitated, the
you
defender
could
can
you-
take any action of its choice. That's
Uh,
what I'm confused about.
I don't think these are D&D rules, but I'll allow you to I don't know, I guess choose to use your reaction to not or not. If you want to travel with the hut, you could do nothing. Again, I don't think
What-
this is
what
actual
happens
D&D
if I do
rules.
nothing?
If you want to if you do nothing, then you're moving without moving. You're on a moving structure, so your character has moved. If you wanted to use your reaction, again, I don't think this is actual D&D rules, but if you wanted to use your reaction, I'd say you could jump off the hut as it moves if you don't want to be forced to move with it.
Anything is D&D rules if you decide it is. You're the DM.
I'm gonna stay on the hut. It just seems cool. And it like
Trying to
keep,
jump and
it
kill.
just keeps
Baba
keeps
Lysaga
me
right there.
around, you know. I don't have to chase after stuff, so I'll stick around for now. I can always jump off later.
Would have been
Well,
real
Uh,
sick.
yeah, we'll
if I
see.
could have
We'll see.
shot her.
But that is Baba and the hut turn done. Tegan is up.
Go to the hut.
Yeah.
I think you got what, like 7 hit points, but you are up and doing stuff.
No,
No.
I got fireballed.
Oh right, you went down again. Shit.
So
so-
one failed.
Oh, you rolled a 4. I just saw that in chat. 1 failed save. Shit.
Yeah, I've been there.
Hey, that means it's my turn to make a death save.
Yeah, Jock, you also went down with the fireball. Yeah. Death save,
All
please.
right. I also have a failed death save.
One failed for Jock. Ooh, it's looking
I
bad.
rolled a 5.
Jack Jr. is up though, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure rules is written. And he's still autonomous. He could do stuff,
Yes,
right?
he can. I
Okay.
double checked. He can do stuff. So the thing I was confused on is there is something that happens when I'm incapacitated, but the thing that happens is that I don't have to use a bonus action in order to let him do something other than dodge. He's just able to take any action
Okay.
when I'm incapacitated.
Yeah, it freezes restriction actually.
Right.
Yeah, if you got anything advantageous, he could do.
Well, there are a
It's
few
sure.
things he can do. One thing he can do is to do nothing. Is to basically just heal himself and be prepared to give disadvantage to any attacks against one of us. The other thing he can do is literally charge at the giant house. That's about all he can do.
Oh, it's not until 9th level that it can do healing crap.
Yeah. So I think right now what I'm going to use the action to restore 2d8 plus 3 HP for Jack Jr. We'll start with that. And I rolled double 8s, so that's pretty fucking good. So that's 19 plus what he has, so he's at almost back up to full. It's good healing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna have him hang tight and maybe something misses. Dratari, are you alive?
Nope. Well, okay, I'm still alive, just unconscious.
Yeah, I meant, are you up? Is
No,
Manu
no.
up?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
Yep.
well, we're gonna have to rely on our cleric for healing.
And we're not even going to address the fact that little Lancel is dead, is he?
Does not compute.
Well,
It's fine. You're just gonna have a ghost dog like Jack Skellington. It's fine.
right after I made Lancelot's token. Now I'm going to have to update him to what's the name from Nightmare Before Christmas?
I want to say 0, but
Yeah, it's 0.
Something like yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, so that's all I can do. I'm hanging tight, so that would be Stuntman Eddie's turn now.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, right. So, Manu.
Manu boo boo dee dee.
Huh? What?
Oh, I thought you were up next, but it's
No, it's Stuntman Eddie.
Yep. Okay. First question. Where is the flying dragon skull in relation to the cabin? Is it are they like touching, or how far away?
I'd say they are not touching, but based on snapping to 5 feet rules when combat goes into place, I'd say they're like close. They're not touching. They're like I'd say the skull is probably near from a top-down perspective, like overlapping with the roof, but above it. If you're thinking, I don't know, something like running and jumping and like grabbing onto the thing, I'd say that gives you maybe a 15-foot vertical leap.
Yeah, I don't
Based on that psi, I think I might reassess and say a 10-foot vertical leap also might be.
15, yeah, a 15 I can't do. 14 I can do. Because Eddie is 8 feet tall, so it's 3 plus the strength modifier 3, so he can. Wait, is that? Yeah, so he can grab something that's 14 feet above him.
Yeah, I'd say if you want to make
half your movement, right?
A vertical leap, man. Like again, me and the rules. I feel like Tegan or somebody is gonna tell me before I know.
I think that
I
if
never
it
remember
is,
how the jump calculator works in 5th edition. In
I think I have a pin somewhere for.
oh,
for
I'm
that.
thinking of
One of my other-
prone. I think with the using half your movement, although it may be the same. But high jump.
Here, I found it. Long jump is high jump is 3 plus your strength score after a 10-foot running. Otherwise, it's half of. It's 1/2 times 3 plus your strength score. And then after calculating high jump value, you factor in height plus. half your
Oh,
height.
you can extend your arms half your height above
Yeah.
yourself during the jump. So if it's 10 feet, I wouldn't even need to jump because the 8
Oh.
plus 4 is 12 feet.
Yeah.
He can just grab 12 feet and muscle up.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say just to keep it interesting, make a DC 14 athletics check to see if you get a good grip and aren't immediately shaken off.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And I still am raging because I keep taking damage. So, which is great because it's a 4 and a 19. Okay, 19. So 25. Yeah, 25.
You are hanging on, kind of dangling. You're kind of in this precarious position where, like, how like outstretched your arms are isn't so far away where your toes don't still touch like the surface of the roof, but you're in one of those weird, like, cat trying to navigate new circumstances doesn't realize if you put your forepaws on this surface and you're at this kind of angle, you're really in a precarious situation where you've almost stuck yourself because the only way out is if something else changes or you just allow yourself to fall. So you do have a good solid grip. If she starts flying away, you're going with her. On your next turn, you could probably make a strength save or an acrobatics check or something like that to see if you could even crawl inside. But unless a bonus action or something, I don't think after making that as an action you could make any attack rolls, and even from there I feel like that wouldn't be conducive position for making good attacks. But yeah, anything else you're trying to do with your turn?
Yeah, if I can only do a bonus action. No, I don't have anything else.
As the hut moved and kind of the spatial relationship where between Eddie and Tegan, Eddie and Baba Lysaga were, she kind of just tracks you because at her last turn, at the end of her last turn, she just pointed a gnarly finger like, you're my next target, motherfucker. And yeah, the whole time, as you know, the relationship of your two positions changes, she's swirling to track you, and her finger is looking like she's doing finger guns at you in a threatening way.
Finger of friend?
Yeah, let's go with that.
But if that
She's
ends,
such a huge fan, she can't believe it. Oh my god, it's Eddie, the Eddie.
Come to kick
That-
my
that-
I
ass.
love this guy.
I love it. You know how Dio did the metal horns? Well, Eddie does the finger of death. That's his thing. So it's just
Yeah.
she's just showing love.
Yeah.
in between Stuntman Eddie's turn and Manu Mawala's turn, from the distance, mostly Tegan. I feel like everybody else just like a lot of noise going on and pinpointing like distinct sounds out of the cacophony that's there. Tegan is the only one that's really able to hear what sounds like raven calls that seem to have a triumphant cadence about them. But that is happening outside of anybody's line of sight, bringing us to Manu's turn.
Okay. What's everyone kind of looking like? I know Jatari's down.
Jack's
and
down.
All
Tegan's
down.
Jack's down. Tegan's down. Okay. And Lancelot got turned into Fry's dog in that explosion.
Oh no! It's okay. You're back.
How high up is Baba
Lancelot's been
Lysaga?
caramelized.
I'd say she's like 30 feet up, 35 feet up. I'm being a little loosey-goosey with numbers, but she is higher up than the roof, and I think I already said the roof is taller than 35 feet, but I'll just say she's about 35 feet up.
Okay. I'm gonna just kind of run around everyone, and I'm gonna cast Shatter right on her.
Okay. Does that put Tegan's ears or Stuntman Eddie's proximity in any risk for doing that? Or
It's
Shatters. It's not Thunderwave. It doesn't do the big boom. like the
it's
other
a
one.
it's a 10-foot
No, it
radius, and it is
it does-
loud, but
it does
Tegan's
loud.
unconscious anyway.
Okay. So does Eddie have to do anything to protect himself?
I think
You
Yeah,
can just set
and-
the range to be like here, and have him outside it.
nah, Eddie will be fine.
And is it a-
Why wouldn't you have him avoid taking damage if you
Because-
can't?
He is also like hanging on to the edge of the skull thing. It's not like he can protect himself. at that-
Brooke, you're muted.
Mute. Okay. First of all, Eddie is a barbarian, so it's going to take half damage from Shatter. And second of all, by taking damage, we guarantee that Eddie manages to keep his rage.
Yeah.
On the flip
I
side,
guess.
I have 8 HP left.
Oh,
Right.
damn.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I've been hit a lot of times by a lot of things.
I'm just saying, like,
not
if
used
you
to that
can
battling
avoid
tools.
hitting an ally with your AoE spell, you probably should avoid it. Not
I
just.
will say though,
Especially if
kill
there's
me
no
now, I might be dead next
disadvantage.
turn
Yeah,
anyway.
there's no disadvantage to placing him outside it. If you put it right on top of her, you're like, fuck Eddie.
Yeah.
I'll just fucking kill the bugbear too. Who cares? I don't like
Moving
that guy
Already-
anyway.
already
He was
dead.
too inspirational.
moving the center point of the spell's area of effect, if it gets a party member out of danger but does not decrease the intended usefulness of the spell, do that.
Put it directly down
But
on-
does she have to make a save of some sort?
Yeah, it's a Constitution save.
That is not a good number. What is her Constitution modifier?
Hopefully,
Yep.
A total of 8.
I'd say that probably doesn't save. Just a guess.
Yay.
Oh, actually, instead of rolling, I think I can do a thing.
You
Okay.
think you can do a thing?
Channel Divinity.
Oh, with thunder damage, because you're a
Tempest Cleric.
Tempest
Yeah,
Cleric.
I'm instead of rolling, I'm just going to use Destructive Wrath, and that's 24 thunder damage.
It just maximizes it, right?
Yeah, just maximum.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Big.
The first thing you notice is that the skull mount itself seems to kind of jitter, like it taking damage too was it's a thing that can be targeted and can take damage and can lose all its hit points. So the mount has been shook up a little bit. You said 24 or 25?
24.
24. And Baba Lysaga, where is she at?
Yeah.
Okay, that's still okay.
Inanimate objects have disadvantage on the saving.
She wails out in pain. I actually didn't make a saving throw for the skull. I just assumed it hit. Baba Lysaga wails out in pain.
I think the house gets hit by it too.
Oh, it would be in the range, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I mean, what was the damage again? 25?
24.
24.
And the house has disadvantage because it's made out of
Again, I did not roll a save for the house or the mount. I just had them take it. So yeah, the house seems to get some splinters. The dragon skull mount seems to lurch like it has taken some damage, and Baba Lysaga screams out in pain. And her finger pointing does not leave the face of stuntman Eddie, but her neck cranes to change her attention to also glare now at Manu.
Well, shit.
Oh man, I was hoping that was gonna kill her.
That was spoiler alert. It was pretty close.
Shit.
There's been quite a few of us going with, please just have this be the finishing blow.
Yeah.
But if Manu's not moving or bonus actioning anything else, it would be Dratari's turn. Are you up or are you still making?
I'm doing saving throws. This is only my second saving throw.
Second saving throw for Dratari.
Nat 1.
So that's 2 fails.
Can I? Wait, no. That was only 1 fail.
But a
No,
natural
if you
1
get a
is
nat
2
one-
fails.
But nat 1 counts as 2.
Yeah.
Can I use my inspiration to re-roll that one? The inspiration?
I'll allow it even if it's not allowed.
It
Thank you.
is allowed.
It
Okay.
absolutely
It's
is.
Yeah,
It's
Sweet.
pretty much the
saving
main.
throw.
The main reason why you
That's
have
a
it.
big one.
Where'd it go? Alright. Let's actually roll it this time. You're kidding me. It nat 1'd again.
Oh no!
What
Do you already have a fail?
Yeah, did you already? Okay, you had 1 success and 2 fails now.
God. That's
Yeah.
a 1 in 400.
How do I put this? I know
That's
we.
all. Oh man,
we
that's a bad
were-
time to have 1 in 400.
I know that we were hesitant to allow someone to have double inspirationed earlier. But if I donated my inspiration to Dratari, given everything that has been going on between Tegan and Dratari, through Dratari's resurrection, teaching Dratari the book, etc., would you allow it?
I will, with the caveat that it is not a precedent.
Okay.
Yeah. The main
So,
reason that, the main
I feel like the main reason is that I wouldn't want to allow it is just like you roll bad, you get to use advantage, roll bad again. Oh, I'll just advantage again. I feel like that's probably super against the D&D rules. I will allow it in this case, but again, yeah, don't. That is not a precedent.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Wait.
main
Being said.
thing in my mind is that it is characters who have built up the report that they have, and it's for a death save. It's the combination of the two.
And especially for that being 2 great fails in a row.
And also, I feel like Steven earned more than just a point of inspiration for helping me out with doing the recap for me last time. But I don't know what other than a point of inspiration that's not like unfair to award. So yeah, especially since you use that point of inspiration that you super earned, and it natural one on you again. That please take a second point of inspiration.
Thank you.
Since Tegan is offering it again, not a precedent, but yes.
But now you need to roll a nat 20 and come over
Right.
and do healing hand on Tegan and Jack.
Yep. Come on. Actually, roll the thing.
You have to. It's not.
At least it's a 5. It's a failure, but it's only 1 failure.
Oh my god, dude!
Hey,
You
it's
need
better.
to burn that die at the stake.
I really do. I'm quarantining these things.
1 success and 2
Oh,
failures, or 1 failure and 1 success.
I'll take that
one-
over.
Yeah, at
Nat
least it's
one,
not
buddy.
2. Yet.
Yep. Right?
But I mean, even the yet is a good thing. The longer you're alive.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take that. And thank you.
Sometimes you don't gotta roll.
The outstretched finger, gnarled and longer than is natural, kind of makes some movements, some inhuman movements, like she has triple the amount of knuckles a finger is supposed to have. It really just crackles around grotesquely. And she kind of does this guttural cackling and this kind of, speaking in tongues that you can't quite explain. And she just shoots her finger out at you as if she was launching a spear. And I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I know what.
What finger that was?
Yeah, I don't think it matters what I roll.
Let's see.
10 plus.
You have
so
13. Single digit HP.
Yeah, 13.
You unfortunately do not.
13 is not a successful save.
Are we all gonna die?
I think I'll be taking that full damage.
Looking that way.
I mean, even without the dice, that's 30 damage before the dice.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's I don't have any.
Okay.
I can't really do much with saving throws. with
So
this one.
I know he doesn't have any inspiration anymore. Can he have
He's
my inspiration?
uninspired.
It wouldn't matter. He's at
It doesn't
single
matter,
digit
yeah.
HP,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
even if you cut the
With the
15 in
same-
half,
yeah.
or
Yeah.
30 in half.
I didn't lucky it either because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Either way, it's gonna end the same. But it is a cool way to go.
That is 62 necrotic damage.
Oh,
I
jeez.
think that's only 31 necrotic damage actually, because I have
Yeah.
resistance right now.
Okay.
But I only had 8 HP, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And Eddie
Nope.
is down. Is that it, or is Eddie more than down?
Finger of Death.
What's
is
her
still-
max?
Max.
If that was Finger of Death, it doesn't matter. It's like Disintegrate. If you hit
Yeah, it's
0
just-
on it,
That is correct.
Isn't
Yeah,
it-
that's
does
the
it
second
have a
paragraph.
time thing? Like, is it the next turn, or is it just immediate?
next turn as a zombie.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm reading this correctly,
wait.
it doesn't even give you.
It doesn't. It doesn't auto kill.
It
But
doesn't.
a humanoid killed by the spell rises at the start of your next turn as a zombie.
Huh.
Okay. So
Okay,
not
so if you're
dead.
put unconscious but
Yeah.
not killed, then that does not.
Okay.
Yeah.
happen.
Okay.
So-
I can still be upped before their next turn. In theory.
And
Well, you're
with
you're unconscious and dying. You're not dead.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
So
You
it's
have
a
advantage
moot,
on
it's a
death
moot
saves.
point.
It is definitely better.
Yeah. And you being what you are, you have advantage on death saves.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
you're
I'm
that much
only
more
gonna
likely to hit a 20.
I'll only be making one death save though, because at the start of the next turn, it's zombie time.
No.
Only-
well, you
only-
weren't
No,
killed by
once
it.
you're dead,
weren't killed
not when
by
you're
it.
unconscious.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what
Yeah.
you're saying.
That-
Oh,
yeah,
this
that
is-
only
yeah.
happens if
Oh,
you
this
were
isn't
killed
that bad
by
at
it.
all. This is
Outright.
fine.
Yeah.
Even if you die
Um,
to the even if you die to the death saving throws because you weren't killed outright on the casting of the spell, you're not turned into a zombie.
So Eddie being unconscious, I'll just go ahead and say you fall onto the roof. You don't still have a grip, unless you want to argue that bugbear undead grip is like a rigor mortis, doesn't let go after unconsciousness. I'm gonna say you land on the roof as
Mhm.
Baba Lysaga flies 40 feet away. And then it would be the hut's turn.
I didn't fall out of the air. That could have been.
Who's up, who's down? Is it
Everyone's down except Mono.
Yeah, Manu's the only one up, and I guess
Oh, god
technically
damn it.
Jack Jr.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
This is the worst
Um,
timeline.
one rock is going towards Jack Jr. Two are going towards Manu.
Sure.
That is a 32 to Jack Jr.
Barely hit.
um,
It's it. I mean, my armor
But-
class is 15, so you could have hit Jack Jr. twice over, but barely hits.
Yeah.
I don't know what Manu's I don't know off the top of my head what Manu's armor class is, but I think this might be good news that
17.
a 13 and a 14 are the two rocks that were thrown at Manu.
Those
Wow.
both miss.
Yeah, he's
So-
he's a turtle, so
Like Neo, three fucking boulder-sized bullets come at him, and he just like shell dodges all of them. But unfortunately, one of those three hits hard against Jack, and that is Jack Jr., and he takes 32 bludgeoning damage.
he's broke-did.
So we still need to do all the death saves in Lake, but if Manu still has at least one more spell slot,
Yeah, if you can take her down.
Yeah. At least make it worth it. And then go around and try and cure people if you can.
Yeah.
I'm on the
Does
roof.
Manu use a shield? If he doesn't use
Yeah, I
a shield,
do.
his AC is okay. So your AC is 19.
Tegan, I believe, is death save throw time. I also lost track of how many successfuls and
I'm
failures you.
I'm at one fail. Ah. Delete. When I hit enter, I just mean send it, not add another die. Nat 19. So one.
Okay, one success from Tegan. Jacques, I think, is also making saves.
Yep.
And remind us of what you're at as far as success.
I'm at 1 failure, and I rolled a 8, so I am at 2 failures.
2 failures from Jacques. Jack Jr. Is,
Doesn't
I
make
guess,
saves.
all
Yeah.
doesn't make
It's just-
saves. Oh, it's
just
something you
broken.
repair. Yeah.
Yeah,
Stuntman
as
Eddie,
much as
make
I'd like
a
to
save.
say that he is a real creature, he's just a robot.
I think this is your first save, though,
This is my
right?
first
Or
save. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
my
okay.
first one.
And you have
Um,
advantage on this save.
and you did not take enough damage for it to like kill you, right? We already figured that out.
Yes.
no, yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and make a death save.
So, first, I do want to say that I just realized I still have the gem, and I'm on the roof of the house. So even if everyone survives,
If you didn't remember, the gem did
oh no, yeah, the
get
gem's in the house.
dropped on
Yeah.
the inside. Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse. Never mind.
Yep.
Okay,
I mean,
death
what we're
saving
doing
throw.
here is assuming if we kill Baba Lysaga, it also deactivates a house. So, yeah.
That's the hope.
I hope so. We'll see. Okay. 6 or 7.
So I think that's one fail.
I'm gonna
Yep,
That's
lucky
rough,
it.
buddy. That's
So
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna do
use-
one more.
Is that your last luck point?
Until you get a 1.
3. So yeah, still.
I was gonna
still-
say that seems like a good use of your luck point, but
Yeah, that I saved
Yeah.
that last lucky just for that. Nope.
You're rolling about as well as I usually. Like I'm having good luck tonight, but
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble with things tonight. It's alright.
You
I
mean
feel
Manu-
like I was so lucky on like my attack rolls and stuff that all my death saving throws are just gonna be like, yeah, you're fucked, dude.
I was really good when I was attacking inanimate objects. I was rolling like crazy for those, but everything else.
That's the
Uh,
best thing through calling historically. Just
Manu, before
Hit
your
attack
turn
ignores.
starts, you hear a bit of a cacophony coming from 3 different directions as fluttering kind of flight noises start to converge on your location, and then it is your turn.
The Eagles! Oh no.
Yeah, the Eagles have come to save us.
I can hear, but I do unfortunately have to 30-second excuse myself again.
To be honest, I need to as well.
I guess I'll take this opportunity to take a tinkle break.
From Umbridge? Kitty.
Alright, I'll be right back too then.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like you're about 50 feet away. I feel like I'm a little bit loosey-goosey with the measuring tool, so I oftentimes will count a distance like this as 40, even though technically I'm supposed to not measure it like that and measure it like that. But if you're thinking about what to do with your turn,
Got a blast.
and need 10 extra feet to do what you want to do, we could pretend that's 40 feet instead of 50.
Well, seeing is it a swarm of ravens or?
You're not seeing them, but you are hearing that the ravens that were previously released kind of scattered in 3 different directions. It seemed like they were engaged in some fight that was too far away for you to really see any details of. Several rounds of them doing that. It seems like those that are left are beginning to return to kind of the central fight.
Okay.
Might be a round or 2 before their movement speed gets them, up into the actual space, though.
I don't really have a lot of ranged options here, but I still have Sacred Flame. So, I am from here. I am just gonna cast Sacred Flame on Baba Lysaga, and that is a Dex save for her, with a DC of 15.
11, what is her dexterity? And her 3/4 cover does not help because it's a save. Dexterity is +0, so that's an 11, dog.
And she takes 10 radiant damage.
That's so close. That's so fucking close. That's so fucking close. You guys have no idea how fucking close that is. So fucking close.
That sounds like 2 HP.
Close. It's really, really close. You're so close.
And I am going to.
Well, that was just a cantrip. Do you have healing word?
No, I don't have any. I don't. Nope. I got nothing. I had Aura of Vitality. That would have been useful in the fight, but then I lost it. And then I figured after I could do Prayer of Healing, but I don't even have any second level spell slots anymore. There, I'm just gonna move my movement. That way I can kind of stay with her, hopefully. And then I'm just gonna try and get her down.
Okay. If that ends your turn, I think that brings us to a Dratari death save. Remind us, is it you have 2 fails and 1 success, or you 1 and 1?
Fail,
or...
1 success.
Okay, you're 1 and 1 now. Make another death save.
17. Thank you.
2 successes. Okay, that's looking a little bit better for you. Baba Lysaga is up again. She is going to turn around and glare at that pretty bad. Fuck, I don't even remember what it was again. Not a searing smite. Sacred Flame?
Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar.
No more of those spells. Make a dexterity throw as she cackles like a grandma in a convertible with fuzzy dice in the mirror, and kind of twists her hand up. You think in the somatic gestures there's probably a middle finger or two, and she's kind of just flicking rude gestures back at you as she's trying to zoom away. Make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a 10.
10. Okay, that's not bad. That is 1 point of acid damage, as just like one bubble of it gets your skin, and it's almost just more annoying and enraging. I mean, you're not a barbarian, but you almost kind of get it now with a rage. That could have been a lot worse. That is Baba Lysaga's turn. The creeping hut. What is the range?
I was going to say, is Eddie still going to be on the roof, or does he just off?
He is still on the roof.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. Let me catch my breath. I'll be fine.
Manu, I think you brace yourself in, God, I know what's coming and I don't know if I'm prepared for it. 3 volleys of boulders are picked up by these disgusting tree root legs and just chucked at you one after the other. 1, 2, 3. That is a 16. That is a 14. That is an 18.
They all miss.
Your armor class is 19 or above?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's 19.
They all miss. Oh, I thought your armor class was 17 or 18, because that was going to be 20, 30, and 16 damage.
Tortle sets it to 17, and he's got a shield, which is +2.
Oh God,
All
Jesus
right.
Christ. Tegan, it's another time for death saves. Again, I don't remember if you're...
I'm at 1 and 1. Now I'm at 1 and 2.
2 fails and 1 success for Tegan. Jack, it's another death save for you.
Just need to figure out which of my 3 other characters I would want to play.
It's a 7.
Is that your second fail?
That would be my 3rd fail. I have inspiration, so I can re-roll it.
Do it.
$12.
2 fails, 1 success.
Glad I didn't give you that inspiration now, there, buddy.
No worries. No
'Cause
worries.
that would have been my character dead.
No, yeah. Fair.
And then a save from Stuntman Eddie.
Yep.
Alright, let's see. 17. Bam.
A success. Is that 2 successes?
Well, let me roll again to see if I get a 20. I did
Good
not. So
Okay.
that is 1 fail, 1 success.
Okay. 1, 2, 3,
That was way easier than last time.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still not much to help you. You hear flapping of wings, continuing to get closer as you're feeling more and more desperate. But Manu, it is your turn again.
Let's go,
Okay.
Ravens.
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
AC 21.
Makes sense.
And then I will once again Sacred Flame.
Good.
Okay, and that was what a dexterity save?
Yep, Dex save DC 15.
Dexterity plus 0. That was a total of 14.
Just failed. Beautiful.
9 radiant damage.
How do you want this to look?
Finally.
Please.
Woo!
Hell
I mean, usually it's just kind of like it forms at the feet and does like a sort of cylinder, just kind of covering them. But with this one, I'll kind of go opposite, and it creates like a sort of disc, and just sort of kind of like in the first Resident Evil movie when that dude stands in the lasers, except it's just a disc of heat, and it's just moving down like a scan, and it just sears Baba Lysaga from head to toe.
From your vantage point, you're mostly only able to see the top of the head down to the shoulders, but you you do see kind of like this burning halo. At first, it's just her weird, you don't know how to describe it, 2 bunny ear bun style of hairstyle that she's got going on. Only doing superficial damage, but it starts to get to the top of her head, and her skin begins to boil and melt, and then going down to her eyes, they just melt out of their sockets. Indiana Jones and whichever one had the Nazi's face melting off. It's going down further and further in body, and you see the skull begins to list and drop, and it falls nose down, burying itself about halfway into the muck, and there is just thick black smoke emanating out from the inside, and it smells like burning, rotting, disgusting flesh.
As much as there is something I would really like to do with her, I'm not. I'm going to attempt to stabilize Tegan, unless you've already made 3 successes.
I have not.
Okay, then I will attempt to stabilize Tegan.
Who has the most failures? Actually, now you say that, because I think
I'm at 2.
right.
I think I'm in the best shape.
Yeah, Eddie is by far in the best shape. I can't remember if your last one succeeded or failed. Are you at
One succeeded.
2?
I'm only at 1.
Okay, so you're at 2 and 1. Jack and I are both at 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I feel like I'm assuming. What happens with the house? Does the house stop?
Yeah, no, I was about to ask as well.
You don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
But in either case, Steven, you did bonus action to put shield on yourself.
I know.
And
I know.
your actual action to sacred flame, so it's not
I
like
know.
you're gonna.
I was just assuming like she's dead. We're out of combat. And let's go.
But we're still in. But we would still be in initiative for our death saves, especially since Jack and I are both at death's door. So, because you wouldn't be able to finish her off and then get over and save us before we have to make our.
Yeah. Okay. So, I will move over to, so I can attempt to help Tegan.
Okay.
We'll see if.
What's me next?
Yeah, and Dratari is making a death save.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that this is going to be the final one in terms of just getting up. 19.
Nice.
So
Stabilize.
Yes.
now that I'm okay, where can I go from here? Can I actually get up and do things, or can I do that next? Or do I have to do that next round?
You're going to be unconscious for an hour.
Oh,
At the end of an hour.
Is it 1d4 hours or just 1 hour?
It's just 1 hour in this one. In like 3.5 in Pathfinder, it's a D4 hours, but.
okay. So that's. Or hang on, I do this.
But yeah, after whoever stabilize, you can just drag us over and prayer of healing, so it won't even be an hour, but.
Do I
Okay.
need to make a death save or anything?
I think
Next is
technically not yet. You don't.
Yeah, next is I. I hit a nat 20, which means that I get up at the start of my turn, go over to Jack, and put a healer's kit use into him to pop him up to 1 HP with the healer feat.
But we find out before Tegan gets a turn. We find out if Baba's death equals the hut death, and another the roots continue writhing. They slowly pick up 3 more rocks and are targeting all 3 of them towards Manu. And let's see. 15, 20, 25, 30.
Wait, what?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh.
And I'll just fake it here by saying 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, so what was I doing? I was rolling 3 attacks. 1 rock thrown, 1 rock thrown, 1 rock thrown. Those are so high. That is 19, 29, and 31. However, Swarm of Ravens is going to make a where is it? Let's call it an acrobatics check. Why can I not find the? There it is. 1, 2, 3. 2 out of the 3 rocks basically do not connect with Manu because they explode a swarm of ravens instead. A third rock does hit Manu. 31 to hit, dealing 20 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, that one takes me out.
No! But if we still consider Deegan able to get up on that
Yeah,
one,
does my nat
that doesn't
20
matter.
stand?
Yes.
Sweet.
Because nothing happened in between then and now to make you have to take back that save. So, well, yeah, that nat 20 does count for your turn, and you can
It's at the start of my
get up
turn,
now.
which means I still get my shit to do. So
Nice.
half my movement to stand up. I really wish I could pick up Dratari this round, but that's just not a thing that I can do.
No worries, I'm stable. I'm at 1 HP now, so yeah, go,
Well, not
Jack.
yet. You will be in an hour,
Yeah,
but
0.
anyway. I am going to, with my action, is going to be the healer's kit use on Manu in order to pop you to 1 HP. Let me mark that before I forget to, because have noticed I can be kind of bad about that.
Would it be better if you did Jack? Because Jack might have some healing.
I have no healing.
Okay. never mind.
That was my action.
Yeah, she's still got a bonus action anyway.
There you go.
Yeah. So I'm going to third level healing word.
Nice.
11 HP. That is a low. 332. I guess that's not that low of a roll. But still. So Jock is up. Manu is up.
11 HP.
Uh-huh.
I live. I pop up, look around. Where's that little shit? Chick, chick.
I mean, oh, that's my turn. That's everything and then some.
Jack is back up.
Holy
Thanks to Tegan.
inspiration, Batman. I'm alive because of inspiration.
I think we all are, to be honest.
Inspiration
Whoopee.
and the healer getting a nat 20.
Yes.
Yeah, that helped a lot.
Yep.
Because otherwise, right now, instead of getting a turn, you'd be making your last death save.
Yep.
And I do know that with you, it would be your.
I just rolled. Would have been a 4.
Yeah,
There you go.
Wow.
I learned my lesson. Use green, not the purple ones. The moment that I changed over the die, it actually started getting way better.
Okay. The house is still a problem, huh?
A little
The house is, but there's nothing for you to do about it. I was thinking.
I could
I
shoot
was-
the house. I don't know.
I was thinking that Eddie could do something, but
We still need to Eddie.
How far
Tap down.
does your vortex warp work?
I
And
don't
do
have,
you have another?
I don't have any more second level spells.
Damn.
Mhm.
Because if you could have popped me right on top of Eddie, that would have been.
Super helpful. Yeah, I'm sure. But no, I have no more second level spells. I have 2 first level spells, and that's other than that, it's literally
Yeah.
shoot the house with a crossbow and hope that's slightly effective.
And we already tried to do Sacred Flame on it earlier, right?
The main thing is getting
did.
that. The main thing is just getting that gem out, and the only people who physically seem like they would physically be able to is Eddie and Dratari, and to say that Eddie is
Yeah,
far better
I-
positioned to manage it would be a
I
bit
am
of an
pretty good at
understatement.
chopping that house.
But you know what? There are windows that me being a small size creature might be able to fit in better, right?
So football, Rick,
If-
football Jack. Then.
If you could get there.
If you don't get chomped.
Yeah, that's it.
Because the door chomped, so.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Uh-huh.
What?
Your bonus action hide, so it doesn't target you and hit you.
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Goblin shit, yo.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit! All right.
Close the distance and hide like a motherfucker.
Uh-huh.
I like it. I like it.
So, I can get basically right up to the edge of it. So what I'm going to do is I am going to get right up to the edge of it so that I can hopefully scramble up it on my next turn. And then I'm going to bonus action hide, and don't you dare fucking betray me, die. Okay. Okay, I can accept that. Oh shit, I fucking roll with disadvantage because of my armor.
Oh, right.
No.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's still
Okay.
a 50. That's still I rolled a 16 and a 13.
Oh.
And it paused for the briefest of moments on the natural 1, and I held my breath, and it continued rolling. And
This is a building. It has a passive perception of 6, so I think you're good.
right, but okay,
do
now
I
bear
know
with
that?
me.
Yeah.
But the natural 1 would have left my hide check at a 3.
Mm.
So I'm still grateful that it rolled over to a 13.
Yeah.
Because 3 is less than 6. Teacher people, I know numbers. So yeah, I am going to hide and prepare to fucking parkour up this thing next turn.
Okay. And Jack Jr. is considered broken for now.
Yep,
Stuntman Eddie
for
would
all
be
intents
up
and purposes,
next.
Jack Jr.'s dead.
And remind us again, I think you're still making saving throws. Do you have how many successes and how many failures are you at?
I'm at 1 to 1 right now.
Okay. Yeah,
But I have
make your
advantage
thirds.
still. 7 or 18.
Okay, that's 2 successes and 1
successes.
fail. There is only 1 swarm
teach
of
that
ravens
stunt people.
left because 2 of them basically sacrificed themselves for Manu's sake. Manage conditions. Dead. This other one doesn't really have anything to do, so they're gonna start swarming around like the hut, kind of trying to run interference. And that is the Raven's turn, and Manu is up.
Okay. Let's see. Actually. Okay, so everyone's up now? Well, except for Eddie, maybe?
and
Eddie is
Dara are
not up.
down.
Yeah, I'm down. But I'm almost
I-
up. Well, I'm almost stable.
Yeah, I'm
Eddie's also
stable
on
but
a
down.
moving house right now.
It's pretty cool. I'm kind of liking it.
I'm gonna start calling him Howl.
Nah.
It's just free movement.
Oh, no, that's an
free
idea.
real estate.
2 for 1 special.
There's probably no way to actually tame it, but I love the idea. Having our own little, like, actual moving base of operation.
We have the gem. We could try. I mean, when we have the gem, we could try.
That sounds fucking wicked.
Right?
March the whole house back to the Wizard of Wines.
I always said, home is the open road.
March the whole
On the move
house
is
back to
where
the
I
Wizard
lay
of
my
Wines.
feet.
And basically be, well, you can use this to grow your other type of wine, or I found you a new guard dog.
Sorry, we didn't find anything. Walk away in the house.
Yeah. Sorry, we searched the whole place. We couldn't find it.
Yeah, actually, to be fair, as strong as this thing is, if we could pilot it, I'd say we found our own freaking ride around
Exactly.
on Barovia.
Yeah, we could
Like-
send Strahd an invitation for dinner at our place.
Just that, but also our house in the middle of a street.
Hey, Strahd.
Oh.
You know this house? Your mom's house.
Right.
I'm gonna dash and just get up that way.
Okay,
Get
just
up.
trying to get up close to the hut itself.
Yeah.
Using an action to dash. Is there anything else you can do with your turn?
Imagine flanking a house.
I suppose I could sort of try another Shield of Faith on Jack.
Okay.
You would drop the one on you, isn't Shield of
He
I-
died.
I got
Well,
knocked out, so
Oh yeah, you
so
totally
that-
did.
that doesn't matter.
Ripperino, my dude.
Alright, so after this I got one more spell slot. Period.
Purred.
Yep, heard.
I have all my first levels left, but that's about it. And my strength.
And that's my turn.
All right, Ratari. I think you're still making saves, right? Where are we at now?
Oh no, I got all the saves back, but I guess I'm stable.
Oh, so you're stable at 0?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah, no,
Dratari,
Zero until an hour passes.
Dratari is stable at 0. Baba is dead. Baba's hut is going to make another 3 vine attacks. 2 against Jock Jr. and 1 against Manu. Where is the
And Baba is you.
actions? 1, 2, 3. The Ravens running interference are going to attempt to lower some of those attacks. 1, 2. So 14. A 10 and a 2 towards Jock. I'm guessing neither of those hit.
Yeah, they missed. So it spotted me. No.
And a 5 towards Manu, which misses, I'm sure. That does disintegrate the last of the ravens that are currently helping you.
How could it possibly see me?
I wasn't moving at all.
Well, no, that's actually a good point.
That is actually a very good point. I think the result would be the same, because if the hut did not perceive Jack, then the hut would not have thrown any branches that way. So I think all three of them would have gone towards Manu, but I think the numbers
suck it,
would have.
Manu.
I think the numbers would have added up to the same, that none of the three would hit Manu, but that does still that is the last swarm of ravens sacrificing themselves to help you get through this. And then it is Tegan's turn. Which, are you still making saves?
No,
Are you stable?
I'm the one that
Or
brought
you're
everyone
up?
else up.
Yep.
Okay, tight. Tegan's turn can do shit.
And how far away is Eddie? Let's see. That's 75, give or take, for elevation and crap. Point is, I go measure distance still. Thank you. Bunk. Yeah. Measure distance. Clicker. So I'm gonna go to the, and then that should be plenty of spare for the 60-foot range on Healing Word.
Oh,
Back
nice.
up Eddie.
Tight.
Let me see by how
Oh, nice.
much. D4 plus 3. Bunk. 7 HP max.
Back.
And so that was my bonus action. I can't healer's kit myself because I already did that this short rest. So, lacking of other options, where are my tabletop? I have forgotten how to use you. Action options, there it is. Bunk. And bunk.
Are these two Eldritch Blasts going towards the hut itself?
Yes.
Pretty sure both of those hit, because it is a broadside barn, and those are both high, so it's a total of 18.
Yep.
Removed from, to be quite honest, a mountain-sized pile of hit points, but
I just hope I survive this coming round in order to actually dodge back and bring up Dratari, so that if I hit the deck, healing happens.
Yep.
Right.
And I also have some cure wounds just in case.
Because it seems like everyone else, as far as healing goes, is tapped.
Yeah, no, I still have my entirety of my first level spells not tapped at all, so.
I still have all of my healing.
Oh, by the way, while my healer's kits have all kinds of special uses for me because of the feat, instead of rolling medicine at a DC of 10 to try to stabilize, if you just grab my active healer's kit off of me, it just forgoes the check. You just auto-stabilize someone.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what you get even without all my special crap from my feet.
Nice.
So, I only just now thought of that. But yeah, that is a thing. Anyway, next person.
Alright, Jock, are you still making saves, or?
No, I'm alive.
He's hiding.
I'm up. I was hiding. I'm
Oh, right. You,
I'm about to.
You were able to hit.
Scramble up this fucking house.
You were successfully able to hide from a building. So yeah, you're doing a little.
It might not have happened. Okay.
You're doing a little cat burglar shimmy up the side of this thing.
Yeah. Do you want me to make an acrobatics check or?
Acrobatics or athletics, I'd say.
Definitely not athletics. I have a minus to that check. And I rolled a 16 on die plus 2 for an 18 to scramble up this thing.
And what exactly are you trying to do? Just scale to get to the roof, or?
No, I want to get into the inside. I'd like to go in the window.
Okay. And you rolled a total of 18,
18, yeah.
on. Yeah, I'll say you are able to get in through a window, and also I need you to make a dex save.
Oh no. You're gonna die inside the house.
What's the DC?
The DC is 20. I'm sorry. The DC for this is not 20.
Oh.
The DC for this is 14.
That's great, because I rolled a 13 plus 2 for 15. So I'm really glad you said that. I was about to be incredibly disappointed.
So I guess the door is just a higher DC then.
The house itself has two different types of biting things that it does that has two different numbers for their I'm sorry, and the I don't know if I when I corrected from 20 to 14, I also said it's no longer a 20 dexterity saving throw, it is now a 14 strength check.
Oh.
I really wish it was
Dexterity?
still dexterity. Because instead of a +2 on a strength check, I have a -1. So that would be a 12.
Okay. You
That sounds wrong.
are bit, but it does not prevent you from getting through, nor does it grapple you. And you take only 4 points of piercing damage.
That's fine.
So you get a splintery tooth in your ankle while you're getting
That
through.
whole interaction
then-
was just a roller coaster. Of
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah! Was like, damn it. Yeah! Damn it!
But you kind of fall face first into the floorboards. You look around. You see to your right there is a sleeping baby with a jet black hair and a widow's peak that is just precariously on the floor. And to your left, you see near the door a growing pine cone-sized green gem.
I'm going to lurk over the baby for a moment and then say, wait, no, I don't have time for a snack. And then I'll run over to the gem, grab the gem, look at the door, look at the window, say, fuck that, and I'll Misty Step out.
Nice. And even if Misty Step requires you to be looking at the space, I think you could look out a window.
I should be able to look out the window.
It'll be open enough.
Fuck making another
but-
strength
yeah.
save.
Sorry,
Fuck
you,
letting this house bite me. I will Misty Step out because I have one free use of that per day.
You
And I've
grab
been saving it just in case I had to do this.
and
Good call.
is sorry, my brain sucks. I don't remember. Is Stuntman stable? Is Stuntman conscious? Is Stuntman still making?
7 HP.
7 HP.
Stuntman has. Oh, thanks to Tegan, I believe,
Killing
right?
it. I'm killing
Yep.
it.
Okay.
Tegan-
Okay, so
I
Stuntman
have
is
one job on this ship. It's
tight.
stupid.
It's
Jock-
stupid, but it's help.
Jock teleports Misty Steps with the gem in hand from the inside to the outside. Almost immediately, there is this kind of creaking, unsettling, just deep rumbling noise, and the these kind of tree root legs just start to lose their turgidity, and the hut itself begins to start, rocking and sinking back into the mud. Low DC, I'll say it's only going to be a 9, but Stuntman, make me a dexterity saving throw.
He's unconscious. He can't.
7.
He has
13.
7 HP, so he can.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You got him up. Never mind.
Yeah.
14.
Which is why I just asked that. When 14 does beat a 9, so you almost got buck and broncoed off the roof of this thing and taken a tumble into the muck, which would probably given you like 1d6 times, I don't know, like 2 or 3 or however many feet you're up. But yeah, that's plenty. You're kind of kind of like Batman perched on the top of this roof, 2 legs squatting and one arm kind of balancing yourself as kind of the hut starts to kind of melt and fold in on itself, and this rotted wood just starts to compost before you and just melts back into the swamp and become part of the substrate. That was a hell of a fight. We've been going for almost 4 hours so far and have not taken a break yet.
No, we have not.
Would y'all want to take a quick break? And I almost feel like it's getting close to too late to continue after coming back from a break. But
Mine for the day, you months. You know what I mean?
I'd say 40 minutes past the hour, whether it be 10:40 for y'all in Pacific time or 12:40 for everybody else. That sound like a good time to come back from break?
Yeah,
gives us a little over 15 minutes. All right, good fucking job, y'all. That was a tense fight. That was fucked up.
That
was very fucked up. And a lot of y'all came in really fucking clutch. That was fucking stellar. But I'm gonna heat up a tamale because I haven't eaten dinner, and I'll see y'all in a little more than 15 minutes.
Sounds good.
What a crazy ass fight. I thought for sure we were gonna get TPK'd.
I mean,
I know, right?
The double inspiration on Dratari's death saves, your Misty Step, and my Nat 20 on that death save.
Yes.
Those 3 things, more so than anything else, are really what saved this fight.
Well, me having the inspiration to spend, because if I didn't have the inspiration, I would be dead.
No, yeah, everyone. I feel like we used all of our inspiration in this one fight.
Sure have.
Best ability that we could have.
Yeah, I used two luckies, past a life, and an inspiration, and someone else's inspiration, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, we got
all to get the gem and then just drop it, and then grab onto the thing and then fall.
But if you hadn't gotten the gem as far as you did, like,
yeah.
No offense to Jack, but I just don't think that Jack would have been as capable of managing to have the strength, because for a while there, you had to be using your strength to pull the gem out of where it was after you opened the attack up.
No, I wouldn't have been able to get to it at all.
Yeah, that was not going to happen for Jack. So, yeah, you passed the ball to him, and he's the one that got the touchdown, but he would not have gotten the ball there.
Making that fight so much easier, too. We were
just
like one check away. But did it.
Yeah.
Even though it was just Manu at one point, right? And then it was just Tegan? Was that how it
was?
Yeah.
It was just Manu for about 3 rounds.
And
then Manu went down when Tegan got the nat 20 to get back up.
Yep.
Just turtling his way through.
Oh, I got so jealous at that point. It's like,
Oh man,
Manu,
when that,
you got
when that second
Turtles make such good, like, sorcerers and wizards. They really do.
oh, I don't even just mean that, because I tend to have a higher.
I know
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
a
no,
cleric,
yeah,
but I'm saying they make such good sorcerers and wizards specifically because their
You have
armor
that
class is set
natural
to
AC.
17.
That's bomb.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So strong.
No armor needed.
I never even thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
All right, I gotta feed the cats real quick.
no worries. Yeah, no, my only regret is now using sleep when we thought so much that she was just on her last like breath. It's like, okay, was
Be
even
a
close.
blade singer turtle.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, now that I think of it, I kind of wish that I don't have that many good like AoE things outside of sleep, I feel.
I mean,
You're a paladin.
yeah,
That's not really your
Yeah.
job. AoE is
Yeah.
not your job. It's just not.
Vengeance Paladins have it in their freaking code, but it's really realistically every paladin's job to you go after the biggest baddest thing and make it stop.
Yeah.
You're not the AoE caster. That's the wizards and sorcerers and warlocks and
Tempest
whatnot.
cleric.
And Tempest cleric. Oh yeah, definitely.
So
But
we have a Tempest cleric. We have a Tegan. We so and realistically, I have support capabilities. So like I have a bunch of like support and movement stuff and like utility spells, but outside of that, I'm literally just an archer.
Oh sure. And no, I think this is
and granted, I did a really good job at being an archer. This fight,
yeah.
But
yeah.
Well, especially once she got in.
It's making me consider taking more archer-oriented stuff.
Yeah. Because I guess that was the thing that it's like, especially for me as a paladin, it's like it made it a little more difficult, and actually for both me and Scout was the fact that it was mostly a flying mission. So I'm like, oh shit, how do I get up there?
And okay, so and that was the problem that I had with fight when I was playing it in the other game.
Mm-hmm.
In my other game, I'm playing a paladin. Granted, at the time it was still an NPC.
Yeah.
Because it was an NPC I took over, but I had no way to contribute to the fight at all because we didn't release the birds or anything. She started the fight in her flying skull, raining death down upon us. And all I could really do was stand in the back and give disadvantage for any attacks against the sorcerer who could actually affect her.
Yeah.
So I spent pretty much every turn of that entire combat going, not my turn anymore. Going to my turn and then being like, hold action. And that's all I did for the whole fight because I had no ranged ability, no ranged attacks whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a rough fight, and to a certain extent, this fight went better than that one just because we got the drop on her. I mean, granted, we didn't have anybody almost die. Okay, we didn't have anybody go down. Plenty of people almost died, but in the other game, we were also at level 7 or 8 before we took on this fight.
Really?
Yeah.
What level is it supposed to be considered for?
Like 9.
Oh, and we're here.
Yeah. That's why when we were approaching, I was like, "Oh god, this is gonna be terrible."
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now Jatara's just having another nap.
Yeah, we also had like magic items. So.
I just pulled it up, and the recommended level for the Ruins of Berez section is 8th.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's also assuming a 4-person party.
Yeah.
Which we have Steven, Scout,
6.
myself, Jack. 5.
5. That's what I said.
I know a lot more screens here.
But yeah, and to be fair also is we have I was about to say something like we have a bunch of people who can heal, but as we proved, most of the people who would theoretically be capable of that don't actually prep any of it. But
Or for me, I just got wiped out in that one first round once they had all the tentacles come up. So
well, and
I had
at the
healing.
same time,
Yeah.
how do I put this? You are capable of healing, but the amount that you are able to heal versus how much you can actually just burst out of damage.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
just
like
not
unless
worth you healing.
yeah, exactly. If
Your healing is more useful out of combat.
Gotcha.
or in instances like when almost everyone was down, if Chitauri had gotten the nat 20, going ahead and popping a few hit points into Tegan in order for Tegan to play healer. Like if you're the last person with any healing, then you should go ahead and use your healing to get up someone else who can. But how do I put this? At the same time, if things have gotten to that point, then things are already really bad anyway.
Yeah, things are already poor.
Also, as a side note, it's sad that Lancelot's dead.
Yeah.
Even after I made them.
He'll get better.
I'll make a ghost dog. Oh no!
Tis but a flesh wound.
Well,
you're literally carbonized.
I think at this point we know what the third and final request for the abbot shall be.
Oh, you're right. I was about to bring that up as well, in case if someone actually died here. So, I guess that is a option that we have on the table. Here, one minute. I'll do that.
It's just a request that the abbot resurrect our dog.
Yeah. Made sense to me. I'm sorry, do you disagree? You monster? You horrid person? It even looks like Seymour.
Hearing you calling me a monster and horrid person really cuts deep while I'm peeing. It really hurts my feelings, okay? I didn't disagree, alright? Never said I disagreed. Gosh! Oh, shit.
I don't know why you would have to specify something like coming from me especially that was bad. Like, you act like I'm someone who had to have why Yuno Gasai was weird or off. It be explained to her or something.
Oh, man. Alright, I'm gonna mute while I crunch on some chips.
But yeah, tense fight.
I am absolutely stunned no one went down. And honestly, the only real reason for it, because Ricky had rolled his third and final death, what would have been his third fail.
Yep.
And the only reason, like, Tegan was at 1 and 2 when she got the nat 20. And the only other person with healing wasn't going to come back up for another hour.
Yep.
So if Tegan had failed out, if Eddie had failed out, if yeah, it was like I said, the Misty stepping out of the house, Tegan's nat 20,
And
Manu managing to finish Lysaga herself off.
Yep. And then you also allowing for the double inspiration there.
Yeah, and a double inspiration for Jatari.
Yeah.
Each of those events in turn, those were the deciding swings of that combat. And of course realizing that finger of death.
I'm still not sat back down at my desk yet, but I do want to quickly say it was specifically that I felt like just a point of inspiration was not enough of an award for Steven doing the recap last time.
And thank you for
that. I felt like giving a magic item or something else like that, like doing more than inspiration. I couldn't think of how that would be fair to anybody else, but yeah, like.
Oh no, yeah, that was perfect.
A large part of the reason I allowed that, aside from just wanting my players to win, I think the largest part is just because I felt like one single point of inspiration wasn't quite a large enough award for for Steven for that, but I couldn't think of a better. So 1 point of inspiration and allowing you to take the gift of somebody else's in the same turn. I felt like you did deserve that, even though that's very much against the rules. But I still need a second. I'll be sat down in a second.
And also, the other part there that just occurred to me, the fact that thankfully with Eddie's advantage on death roll means that he probably wouldn't come back as a bad zombie, I guess. Because I guess
Well,
he is. Where's the difference?
I would come back as like a creature zombie, like a
exactly
TR half, right?
yeah, something
Like
that.
the monster zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm very
I
glad
mean,
that didn't happen the way I thought that spell worked. So I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
actually used it.
yeah,
I was wrong.
and realizing that it doesn't auto kill. Even I
Mhm.
thought it did.
I think it works better if the player characters use it, because then you don't have the death saves of the opponent.
Mm.
Depending on the discretion of the DM, I feel like some DMs still give, if not, minions and henchmen, definitely bosses and mini bosses saving throws. But I think rules as written, they usually don't. But yeah, I know
I feel
a
like
lot of
it
DMs will.
thematically makes sense to give bosses a little more, kind of like legendary actions are because they have more of a presence in the world almost.
Yeah, I mean, by the rules,
Changed my shirt. I think it's appropriate. I tried.
by the rules, everything does get the death saves. Technically, I think it's just that, especially for minions and the like, most people don't see a point in. Because how do I put this? In real life combat, you actually had the thing where after battles, you had the people whose job it was to go around and slit the throats of, basically find your people to provide some medical aid to, and find their people who haven't actually fully passed away and just legitimately slit their throats there on the battlefield. That was a real and major thing throughout most of human history with war. But, and yeah, that is the default rule in 5e, that everything still gets those death saves, and so finishing them off is still a thing. But yeah, for the most part, there's no point in actually enforcing it, because they're not going to get up often enough to bother with actually rolling it for every little frickin' minion. And it's also just, yes, that's a realistic thing from the actual world to make the people have to go around and slit the throats, but that's not exactly something you're actually really looking forward to doing at every frickin' table, of making your players' characters actually have to go through the process of walking around and slitting the throats of their enemies after the battle is done. Just go ahead and fade to black and skip that part.
It's implied.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, in general, when it comes to like fantasy as a genre, the less nitty gritty you show in terms of like that sort of stuff, the better.
Yeah.
What's the old line? It's like, there's a reason why you never see people, going to the bathroom in movies. Unless if you're looking for that video, but that's just neither here nor there.
I have seen plenty of movies where they go to the bathroom. And I know that every time it shows them going to the bathroom, they're about to get ambushed or attacked.
That's true.
Unless it's a comedy movie, I feel like bathroom scenes in comedy
Yeah.
movies are staple.
Dumb and Dumber. Yeah.
But yeah, generally speaking, and basically any medium, visual or written or otherwise, like unless there is a narrative reason that something happens during a potty break, there is never a mention of them happening.
Exactly.
I just want to embrace the where my mind went on this conversation was the scene in Harold and Kumar.
Yep.
You sunk my battleship.
Oh yeah, it had been so long since I've seen that I was like, I don't know the reference, and then he said that yes, I remember that reference. I don't think I saw that since that was a new release at Blockbuster Video.
Wow.
Oh, come on, the Diarrhea Twins totally would have had it. Anyway.
So we
Yeah, if
odds and so many rolls.
that was a very, very, very tense and close and nail-biting fight in a lot of ways. I feel like the hut coming to life really turned things around in Baba's favor, but yeah, y'all fucking did it. Yeah, so you, I think it is Jack who is holding the to your hands even larger than everybody. You're holding something like this, whereas I feel like stuntman Eddie would be holding it like this. But it's basically like a pine cone sized, slightly egg shaped, green and glowing gemstone. I don't. You weren't around. You weren't around the party when they did the Wizard of Wines and Yesterhill and all that. So like
Another crazy battle.
I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure in game it hadn't actually happened, but we could retcon that there's been plenty of time out of game for the other players to fill in anybody who wouldn't have known. Oh, by the way, Gem here, and here's the story about that.
When we were at the Abbey, and I made a deliberate point of having an extended conversation about Jack sticking with the group at that point, I also I did the same thing for him that I did for Eddie when he joined us at the Abbey, and actually caught Jack up on all of it on the first, actually not even on the first day so much as we were waiting for the resurrection hour-long ritual to complete.
So yeah, you have this gem in your hand, and you do understand what it is, even though most of the story you heard secondhand instead of directly from the mouth of the Martikovs or whatever.
Basically, I bamf out of that house. I misty step out of that house, bamf to the ground, and then I hold it a Lion King style, like I have it. I have it.
Yeah.
Fuck this magic house.
Yeah, as Jatari was getting rezzed, Jack did the what's the word for that spell? It's literally named what it does. He looked at the magical items and identify. He did identify, which took up like 20-30 minutes of that, and then I spent the rest of that time catching him up. And then that night was when I kind of really had the extended conversation with him about like So you're here, we're here. Why are you still here with us? Like, because up to that point, it was just this guy who kind of randomly decided to stay joined up with us. So
Also, I think this other topic of conversation started, but didn't actually reveal anything. It was basically Jacques B. Nimble knows who, or at least has met and been very close in proximity to Vasily von Holtz, which is a person that the rest of the party would very much like to know more about. And
I mean,
I think y'all tried to use the mirror on him, and the mirror assassin was wordlessly, essentially, was basically like, that's not a name I know how to do anything with. And also, when you said that, Jacques was like, excuse me, don't attack that person, that's my friend. But I don't think y'all went further into, like, that's your friend, that's a person we really want to fucking talk to, angrily.
Well,
I got incredibly upset when
there was
we just let that go.
No, there was a very heated exchange between Manu and Jack that Tegan diffused by basically saying the same stuff that Manu was saying, but saying it without the aggression. While also calling Manu on it being kind of bullshit to try to target the person when we don't know about him. But otherwise, we never actually followed up. Like, Jack heard all of our side of it, but we didn't even think to try and ask his side of it.
Yeah, I don't think Jacques mentioned, yeah, he let me live at his house. I know where his house is. Or
yeah, we don't know any of that.
He gave me a ride in a vehicle, and I could describe what that vehicle looked like.
They didn't ask, and after
Yeah,
Manu tried to kill him, I would not offer it.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah, we explained
like,
our
I feel
side
like if
of
I
it.
tell them where he lives, that crazy turtle is going to go squish him.
To be fair, though, after he started letting you live in his home, he was basically not home ever. If you don't remember that specific detail, but yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all are lurking around the swamp still. Bob is
I think I'm still unconscious, but yeah.
Oh, are you?
I'm still unconscious. Yeah. I'm like,
well,
from I'm stable.
The round after I healing worded Eddie, I would be backing up in order to healing word Dratari, because I haven't actually been anywhere near Dratari, and I don't know that Dratari is stable, and I wouldn't even actually get close enough to tell that before I healing worded them. So,
Eddie, could I ask you a favor?
Absolutely, Manu.
Can you cut off Baba Lysaga's head and hands and bring them to me, please?
Sure thing, bud. And,
while these two are having that conversation, Tegan, you're hearing the slorp, slorp, slorp of humanoid footprints schlepping through the mud, approaching you. Kind of the general area where you're at. Shortly after, you hear call out, "Cut out her heart while you're at it! I'll be needing this!" And Tegan, you recognize this as the voice of Ezmerelda D'Avenir.
Okay.
Well, I was just collecting accessories. I wasn't really getting anything practical.
Yeah, while I'm at it, I'm also gonna pull out one of the or pry out one of the teeth of the dragon skull.
And Dratari is up and conscious. Tegan saw to that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get 2 teeth.
The odds that we do anything but a long rest after this are so non-existent that I don't think I should even bother to roll with the healing word.
No, we're going straight to Castle Ravenloft.
Everybody heard Ezmerelda call out. She is approaching you, still from quite a distance, but with Tegan's ears, she heard the approach from very far away. And yeah, she said, while you're at it, cut the heart out too. I'll need that. And she is approaching you. Dratari is awake. Eddie, you said you're going to take a tooth from the giant skull.
Two teeth.
2 teeth.
I need handlebars.
Dratari, you were in that not alive state of your soul is not released, but it's kind of trapped, swirling within the mist, kind of unable to leave the locality of Barovia. And you were, while everything was very vague, you were kind of tapped into powers that be, that are obscured behind the veil that you found yourself behind. You get a powerful feeling, instinct of protection over that skull. You kind of look over at Manu and see a shadow cross Manu's face. Manu, you catch eye contact with Dratari as this happened, and you remember the shadow of the dragon that kind of reeked along the walls of Argynvost Holt and asked you to restore the light to his knights that have fallen. And I think there's an unspoken understanding between Dratari and Manu that this is what we have to do. We need to get this skull back to where it belongs in Argynvost Holt.
And
We should hold off on doing anything with the skull just yet.
And Tegan is going to put guidance on herself and go into the hut and start looking through it for whichever of the items we're looking for. I think it's the book.
Right. Make an investigation check.
I'm not going to bother to burn my guidance on that.
Can I assist Tegan with that so that
Oh yeah, big
she
time.
has advantage? Or what's your investigation, Tegan?
Okay, that was a nat 20 with the advantage.
Perfect.
Oh.
I got
Nice.
you. I'm a helper.
And I'm going to go ahead and put the guidance on that because it's a cantrip. And max on that, so total of 28. Thanks for the help.
In addition to finding 2 minor and 1 superior healing potions,
Yo, those are
you also find 8 platinum, 16 gold, and 30 silver. There is still a sleeping baby with a widow's peak, kind of in one corner. You're looking around, you're searching in the desk.
I need to find where I need to mark the money and how much, and then what it was, because I actually fully missed that. Because I don't know where to mark it. Inventory, there it is. Sorry. Could I bother you to please repeat?
The funny part about that is I made those numbers up as I went along, and my memory is worse than y'all's. I think it was either a single digit of platinum, like
10
9 or 8 platinum.
How about this? When you drop the video, I'll replay it, and
Okay.
that way
That
it'll
works.
be.
It won't matter.
You probably won't need to spend it between now and next episode, anyways. But yes, sorry about that. I should really like write things down before I say them, in case like somebody needs me to repeat it.
Yeah, it's just I couldn't remember on this character sheet where I had to go to mark it, and it took me way longer to figure that out than I thought. And by the time I found it, I had forgotten. So anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
It was a handful of gold coins in 3 different denominations, 3 healing potions, 2 minor, 1 superior. The baby is there. It still has a widow's peak, which is fucking weird for a baby. You're searching around the desk. You're searching around this other like dresser. You're seeing a lot of discarded parts for basic like raven based cryptid taxidermy, basically like wings and feathers and stuff. Her gown was basically made out of feathers and beaks and claws and shit. She seems to have a macabre obsession with killing as many ravens as she possibly could and adorning her space with the evidence of these kills. So you're seeing a lot of gross things you definitely don't want to look through. But here is the trigger where you level up. Tegan, you find the Tome of Strahd. That is your first quest card completed. That is, if I remember correctly,
that took a minute.
That was 9. The Conjurer was the card, and it is the Tome of Strahd. Unfortunately, I don't have that on my desktop to drop into the chat to just show everybody. That'd be really convenient if I could just do that easily without re-downloading it and finding it. But it's on the splash page where all the cards are. So yeah, that was the trigger. You all gain 1 level from that first quest card and obtaining that first item of power. Unfortunately, if y'all wanted to sit down right this second to read and study it, I do not have the document prepared to give to you. So hopefully y'all put that in a back pocket until next episode to look through it.
That's fine.
Dratari definitely will.
But there is right. There are a couple things. So you did get the gem. You did get the book. Ezmerelda is still approaching. Now she's getting pretty close that everybody could, see her facial features well enough that that's Ezmerelda. We saw her in a dream a few nights ago.
I will try to talk to the party just to establish.
Can I have
this dragon skull? I would like next session to do identify on it so that we do know that it is Argynvost's head.
Mm-hmm.
And that can, instead of continuing on to the Amber Temple, hit up Argynvost Holt round 2, and also, if we can't, when after our long rest, have Manu do ascending to the Martikovs and have them send a bird to come pick up the gem.
Can I have Dratari actually use her divine sense?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask for that myself.
Yeah, y'all can do that, but responding to Tegan's how do we get the gem back to the Martikovs, you did see and speak with Muriel when you first arrived in the area. It was on the other side of the river. You had to use the stilts to get across. But she said kind of like, I'm gonna get fucked up if I go in there, so I'm staying back here. But if you bring me the gem, I'll fly it back to the Martikovs.
Okay.
It is so fucking tempting for me to have Tegan try to go off on her own to bring the gem back and ask for a favor in return, but I don't think Tegan would survive the fucking trek through the swamp on her own.
You could always try.
Yeah.
But yeah.
While I think Tegan is probably still in there, just like looking at this book, like this is kind of the reason we came here for. It's kind of a moment that has weight, has gravity. It feels like a turning point in your trajectory and your stay here. While that is happening, also with that very high, I think it was an investigation check I asked you to make. You have a couple drops of blood fall on your hand. You notice a couple on your right hand kind of drip. You're standing near the bathtub, which is also stained in blood. I think you instinctively look up and grotesquely, barbarically, inhumanely, slapdash and haphazardly, there is a human, a woman, maybe, very old. It's practically the Crypt Keeper. Sections of their abdomen and skin are just open. There are 3 metal rods kind of just piercing this person and fixing her to the ceiling as she slowly bleeds into it. She looks ancient. She looks like that zombie that described that they want to eat brains because it's the only thing that relieves the pain in whichever one of the dead movies that was kind of punk rock. It is a disturbing sight to see. And then you see movement. This is not a dead entity. Somehow, this is a human or humanoid that has been kept alive or stayed alive somehow, trapped in the rafters of this hovel, feeding blood into the bathtub. For what purposes, you're not sure.
Well, I don't want her to keep bleeding into the bathtub, but I also don't want to free something like this without Dratari's divine sense.
Yeah, actually, at that point,
I think you actually exhausted
And
divine sense.
those of you who are outside can see that Ezmerelda is still approaching. Now she's getting a lot closer, probably to the point where you could start speaking at a volume where you're not shouting across the field. And Tegan, you're still inside. You have found the book. You have found this fucked up sight hanging from the rafters. You found some supplies, some coins.
Yeah, I only have one charge done, so yeah, I'll just walk into it and divine sense the whole place, particularly that and the baby.
Yeah, and I'm going to also guidance myself and then really look at the tub, the pattern of the iron spikes in her, just basically see if I can, with my the fact that I am an expert in, or supposed to be an expert in matters arcane, if I can sort out what it is about.
You can go ahead and make an Arcana check. Dratari, you're doing the divine sense that senses celestials, fiends, fae, undead, that sort of thing.
Yep. Here, let me just go back to make sure for the actual line there.
I
As an
total of
action,
10.
detect
Total of 10.
until the end of your turn. You may sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover. You can use this feature 4 times. Yeah.
Nothing like the hollow spell around here, but the entity you see is both celestial and fae.
The one walking up.
Yeah.
No, the baby.
No. Ezmerelda is walking up. The kind of crypt keeper looking mother. No. The child hasn't been checked out because I don't think any of you care. The crypt keeper looking motherfucker that's like kind of trapped in the rafters is both fae and celestial. Tegan, with your 10 Arcana, like the bathtub just looks like kind of a fancy because it has claw feet, but it just looks like a bathtub. But you do see that two of the kind of things that are piercing her and holding her to the ceiling are both immovable rods.
Okay. Dibs.
So
Two
the divine-
immovable rods is what we call a ladder to anywhere.
Just don't look down and don't let go.
Right.
So the divine sense it senses those 4 creature types within 60 feet, regardless of like concentrating on things.
Yeah. So if the baby
we
is
should also
whatever.
know what if the baby is any of those types, as well as Ezmerelda, and any of those creature types hidden nearby as well.
And on that same note, I do turn my attention to the baby to figure out what the hell's going on with this kid.
Let's see. Celestials, fiend, undead, fae. The baby is none of these.
Okay. And Ezmerelda?
Ezmerelda is a Vistani that most of y'all have met.
Okay.
And also outside when Dratari is doing the divine sense.
It works.
Speaking of which, to anybody else who is still outside, she does approach and she was like, well, I was kind of hoping to arrive in the nick of time to be, as they say, the cavalry has arrived, but it looks like you had quite the fight without me.
We would have had much less of a fight had you shown up a few moments earlier.
I'm terribly sorry. I've had much to do that perhaps you don't know about, but it ultimately helps you in your goal. But speaking of which, well, the witch, the Baba, you have killed her? I am going to need her heart, and I would also like to look around the inside of the hut before it completely melts back into the swamp.
I'll toss her the heart underhand.
And just from the doorway, what did you say about nothing?
What did Ezmerelda say about what?
Oh, just kind of in characters like, what did you mean by the melting?
The hut is in the process of melting into the swamp. That was...
Yeah, it pretty rapidly, the stump and the roots kind of sunk in and dissolved. The hut,
Oh,
it seems like you could safely take your time a little bit, getting everything you need out of here, but it is slowly starting to, the hut and it's slowly sinking. So you can't spend the night here. Like,
okay.
you can't spend much more than a couple hours
The-
looking at every nook and cranny to get anything you need.
Yeah, the whole reason that despite Ezmerelda screaming, instead of standing there and waiting to have a conversation with her, I rushed into the house to investigate it, was because of that description of it melting, and I kind of figured it was going to continue like that.
Okay. I just wanna hear that
It is, but slow enough that you're gonna be done with it by the time it's too late to get yourself out, unless you were trying to do something like spend the night in it. But if you wanted to spend like a whole hour, like turning everything over in there, it'll probably be more than an hour before the doorway is more than halfway sunk. It's sinking almost imperceptibly slow.
Oh, okay.
So in that case, Jatari kind of
Yeah.
instinctively scoops the baby up into her arms and kind of just, after one last look around the place, just starts heading out.
Tegan is going to do her level damnedest best to try and figure out how she would be able to depin the skeletal thing before she realizes that she's being stupid and needs to ask Eddie for help.
Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Just want to make sure the
what
kid is
are you
safe.
doing with it?
There's a person pinned to the underside of the ceiling. There's no way that Tegan would be able to get up to that person and deactivate the immovable rods.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and reach up. If they're within 12 feet, I can just grab them and they have the buttons. So
Meanwhile, while this
Speaking of
down-
which, though, sorry, because Eddie was outside while Ezmerelda was approaching, and Eddie interacted with Ezmerelda by tossing her the heart, and then she mentioned she wanted to go in to inspect some things. So unless anybody who is still outside, like Eddie, and I think Manu is also outside. I think Tegan and Dratari are inside. I'm not sure if Jack is on the inside or the outside. But if anybody who is...
I went in to help, and then to help investigate, and then I went back outside because what I wanted to do was I wanted to spend a first level spell slot and a minute of clanking on Jack Jr. to get him back into shape.
Right, but that was mostly to say that Ezmerelda was going into the hut also. She has the heart with her, and she looks up with just like a mournful like look on her face at this very brutally treated creature hanging from the ceiling. It starts to open its mouth, and there's these whispers that come out. Tegan, you could hear it pretty clearly, but it doesn't sound like a language you understand.
Comprehend languages.
I
have it once a day for free.
The creature is saying, "Are you here to restore me?" And then Ezmerelda says in a language that nobody else understands but Tegan, she says, "Yes, what do you need me to do? And she says, I need the heart. And she says, yes, I already have the heart. She says, burn me or bury me, but take my heart and bury it at the fane. And she, Ezmerelda, kind of puts her hand on the forehead of this kind of the saddest victim you have ever seen. She says, I will do it. You will rejoin your sister. Hopefully your other sister will be soon to follow. And she kind of reaches up. I think this is when Tegan is requesting Eddie to come in and help. And it's just like, yes, if you could help with this. And I think you're easy to find on both of the immovable rods, kind of the button to deactivate their fixed position in space. I think Ezmerelda does one and Tegan does the other, and Eddie is down there to catch this mangled form. It's grotesque and heartbreaking to look at. And Ezmerelda says, we don't have all the time in the world. We do have to hurry, but we don't have to rush so much that we make any mistakes. But I have to take this body and I have to take this heart back to the Standing Stones.
And at that, I'm pretty sure Jatari's already carrying the baby at that point, going, Esmeralda, you seem familiar. Do you know anything about, the child here? What should be?
She raises an eyebrow at that and says, don't know, don't want to know.
Just kind of sad, kind of just slinks back.
Oh.
And yeah, and I don't know if she would recognize that Tegan was doing comprehend language or not, but still would go like, were you able to get any of that?
Yeah, I can fill you guys in later when we all have the wherewithal to process trivialities. Or at the very least things. Well, as soon as she realizes she said trivialities in front of Ezmerelda in common, she's going to start, trying to really backpedal. Or at least things that we don't necessarily have as primary concerns. Right now, let's face it, our primary concern is the fact that I think we're all beyond fucking exhausted.
True. And from there, just turns to Esmeralda and says, still in common, if there's anything we can help before we go, just let us know.
You can help me carry her. My caravan is just on the other side of the river. Muriel Vinshaw is there as well. I just have a ritual I need to attend to. It will simultaneously do very well to restore the health and the balance, the goodness of this land. I don't know how else to describe it, but an added bonus is doing this ritual that takes away a small piece of Strahd's power. Should we intend to face him, doing
that's nice.
doing
You're
these
really
tasks
going the
first,
same way
Will.
we are. Let's go.
Well, I'd be happy to help.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Anything that take that bat bastard down is something I'm interested in, and I'm gonna give one of the immovable rods to Tegan. I'm gonna keep one for Stuntman Eddie though. I'm
The
gonna
question.
give him a little utility.
So we don't want to leave the skull because we have a destination to take the skull. So
Mhm.
instead of trying to have
Here, I have a good strength.
some
hurt.
people trying to carry a body and some people trying to do something with the skull, keep the body in the skull. It's already
okay.
designed for it.
Fair enough.
And have
I'll donkey. I'm not gonna Donkey Kong throw the body. I will set down the body.
and then
You
just
can't say stuff like that when I'm taking a drink.
To be clear,
Immediately.
with the I'm not sure if maybe I misunderstood and I'm making a clarification that you don't need, but the skull is no longer a floating pod razor pod. After
No.
the death of Baba Lysaga, it's fully
Correct.
affected by gravity.
Correct, but we still want to take it with us so that we
Right.
can return it to the
Right,
hold.
right, right.
So instead of trying to drag a body with some people and drag a giant skull with some others, consolidate the effort. That was my only point.
Okay.
And yeah,
Yeah,
Eddie
that
takes one in, I take the other.
So we're kind of just using it like a sled almost.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll
Or
put
bone stretcher.
the person into one eye socket, and we'll put the baby in the other. It's perfect.
Alright, I'll bring him over here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, what do
Zoink.
we want to do with the baby?
Kick the
let's-
baby.
Put it in the skull. Put it all in the skull.
Tegan, are you making a good hard look at this baby while deciding what to do with it?
Honestly,
I mean-
no.
I have her in my have the child in my hand, so it probably will be.
Okay, Dratari, make a make an Arcana check,
Oh, lovely.
and also make just a general intelligence check.
Oh no. Oh dear. Let's see how that goes.
Ah,
12
yes, intelligence,
plus-
my mortal nemesis.
It's an 11.
11 for which?
Both. I have a -1 to intelligence.
So intelligence roll, intelligence check, and a Arcana check are both 11.
Yep.
Your intelligence check is telling you that in some uncanny valley way, the jet black hair, the widow's peak, the fact that this is way too young of a baby to have a full head of hair anyways, you put some pieces together and this is somebody's sick idea of baby Strahd von Zarevich.
Oh.
With an 11 Arcana check, it's hard to say for sure, but you don't quite think this is like a baby. You already know that it's not a celestial, fey, fiend, or undead. But there's something fucking uncanny about this thing that
And,
does not seem real.
and I know that we've been playing it.
Baby
Babies, dude.
Just
And I know that we've been playing around
kill
with it. Are we also considering this like a
Like a grape.
corrupted or not? Since
I'm sorry?
You know how in the past we've been kind of playing loose with the are they evil, are they good kind of thing by saying how corrupted they are? Does baby seem corrupted?
Baby doesn't really have an alignment. There's something uncanny about it.
Ew.
Doesn't quite seem like a real baby.
No
It's
alignment.
like it's
What a freak.
clearly not a Blinsky doll because it is a moving, mewling, fucking widow's peaked ass baby. Like it's a living thing, but there's something not. It's the uncanny valley of. It's the uncanny valley of. Like there's something off about this fucking Strahd baby.
Yeah.
No baby should have
stab
a fucking widow's peak like Vegeta.
Stab it. None of us want to raise it, so just stab
It's
it.
worse. It's Vegeta.
Well, the thing is before we commit ourselves to stabbing it, Manu, the bloodthirsty.
Literally bloodthirsty for
you
children.
can cast identify on a person, and it's basically one of those cases of we have the ability to use this resource, and it literally costs nothing but time.
Yeah.
So,
Not even all that much time.
yeah, and if we throw Fleshjack into the skull,
Hi, I'm Fleshjack.
he can do identify on the baby and or the skull and or the person, the celestial person, as we make our way, because let's put it this way. Putting Jack in the skull isn't exactly depriving us of any muscle power towards the skull, and at the same time it's not adding much tax to the people who have muscle power.
Yeah.
You weigh what, 20 pounds?
I can't remember what I weigh, but it's like 20 or 30 pounds tops.
Yeah. So
Yeah, let's go with that then. And then in that case, Jatari does like
Granted, I
squat
have
down and go,
armor and stuff, but even so, it's not gonna increase it that much.
she does squat down to Jack and go, here you go. And just fully hands you the baby. And then picks you up and puts you into the skull.
He is full on holding it at arm's length, like. But yeah, I will ritually cast Identify on El Baby Loco.
How long does that take you?
10
11
minutes
minutes.
for a ritual cast.
Okay, it's going to take y'all a little bit of time to get from basically dead center of this area back towards getting on the only paths that aren't difficult terrain, and then back towards the river that you have to cross to get over to the Standing Stones where Muriel is. So that's definitely going to take 10 minutes. By the time you're on the shores and ready to cross, this is a flesh golem that was created by Baba Lysaga for the explicit purposes of allowing her to have a real baby Strahd that is her very own. I don't know if identifies rules as written tells you that much information, but yeah, it's a flesh golem that's intended for no more nefarious purposes than just to be a baby.
Y'all, let's keep it.
Viety?
I'll just throw it onto the list of things that I'm carrying around.
We can.
So,
No, I
we
think I
can hang
lost
it-
my share at some point.
so
We can
just
hang
so
it
that
on the
I
shelf.
am certain I understand.
You're like a woman in a toxic relationship. It's okay, I can change it.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I understand this. It is technically a construct. And does
Yes, it is a flesh golem. It's
so
a construct.
We don't have to feed it or water it.
It will never age. It will never grow up. It will never learn how to speak. It will always be a baby. And its last instructions by its creator, its last instructions by its creator were just be a baby so I may take care of you.
Baby.
I have a flesh golem construct baby in my bag.
Strahd marionette. That was good. Strahd flesh golem baby with widow's peak included action. Like that is sick. The thing is, it's
I
got
don't know.
150 points of articulation, baby.
I cannot
So sick.
emphasize enough the fact that I have shoved this in my bag.
No, it
I
should
don't
be
know
with you,
how it's
Keegan,
gonna come
because
in
you have the most
useful.
spells to make it do things.
I don't know how it's going to become useful somehow
Oh,
or
man.
what.
It's a
but
chubby baby. I'd like to imagine it's probably a little bit bigger than a loaf of bread, but I'll allow you. You could place this baby inside of your bag.
Tegan,
If there's
Tegan,
extra
we'll-
that doesn't fit, I'll take it.
Tegan, we'll
I'm gonna make
find a
something
way.
weird looking.
As the resident construct expert here, I'm sure we can find a way.
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
Oh my
aren't-
god.
Aren't you rebuilding Jack Jr.? Just saying.
I mean,
Yeah, I've already rebuilt him. It's currently screeching at the baby because
Strahd Jr.
is threatened.
but yeah,
Drac Jr. Just take
It's-
the Widow's Peak.
this thing is at the very
it's literally
least.
screeching at the baby because it feels like it's going to be usurped by the baby.
Yeah, this thing is at the very least prime distraction bait.
Yeah, that's true. And
I mean, if
fucking
there is no tactical advantage that ever comes up, and also no reason for the baby to ever come out and be mentioned ever again, just the intellectual thought
Yep.
that Tegan is carrying a baby construct Strahd with a fucking widow's peak like Vegeta inside of a fucking portable hole bag. Just in case some occasion happens that might call for such a thing, is hilarious.
I'm marking it on both of my sections of both my
Please,
general
that makes
and-
me so happy.
Oh,
So
and I
just so you guys know, in the other game that I was playing, we killed the baby while Lysaga was alive, and she went fucking berserk.
Yeah, she would.
I like this version better. I'm sorry. I now have a baby flesh golem construct in my
Oh.
bag of holding.
With the Vegeta cut.
Mhm.
you're saying it's a bad thing? Actually,
Vegeta.
as one last thing that I would like to do before we actually leave, because we didn't actually address it, I don't know if it's for Lancelot, right? Bury him or bring him, like,
Abbot. We
Okay.
have one favor left with the abbot.
that's
One
true.
more res.
In
It
that
is
case,
the dog. The dog will be rezzed by the abbot.
I
That is our
take
third
off,
and final favor.
what is that piece of cloth that Jatari wears? Like that, the part that goes in front. That has like the banner and all that.
Tabard?
Tabard.
There we go, tabard. She takes off her tabard and wraps up Lancelot like gingerly and carefully within it, just to make sure that everything's all right. And then, places her Lancelot into the skull as well. And then helps Eddie with actually like taking it up and getting it to the where we're going.
I really want to imagine that like we start pushing the skull and it's like the sound of a chair dragging on the ground for the rest of this time that we're moving it.
99 battles appear roundabout, 99 battles appear. You take one down.
Okay, there.
And then, yeah. Just that the whole damn time.
All right.
So you get to the bank of the river. All of your collections of things are on hand. You get to the part where you had previously crossed on stilts. It seems like Ezmerelda had the supplies in her wagon, at least, to be able to just put up a temporary bridge so you could walk straight across. And then you see Muriel Vinshaw is still waiting there inside of this ring of standing stones. Muriel, I'm sorry.
So then the gem is hers. I'm not the one holding it.
Yeah.
Say that, though.
Yeah, I think that's Jack.
Muriel and Ezmerelda share a brief non-verbal kind of eye contact and head nod greeting with each other. She is still carrying this how the fuck is it still alive body with her. Everybody else is a little cryptic about what's happening there. Tegan did hear, that Ezmerelda was given instructions that now Ezmerelda is following out. She pulls out the heart that Eddie had taken from the chest cavity of Baba Lysaga and places the heart on top of the chest of this disfigured body that is somehow still alive, and she is laying on the ground. Ezmerelda reaches into her wagon and pulls out a small satchel and also a shovel. She begins digging a small hole. It's not very big. It's maybe only like 3 feet in diameter, but she does get the shovel, like the full shovel's depth, so probably at least 6 feet down. And she stops that, puts the shovel down, and walks back over to this celestial fae that Baba Lysaga, whatever she was doing with her, has turned her from what you might assume was a pretty impressive state to this pitiful one you see before you. And Ezmerelda kind of nods once more and takes the heart that she was holding back, and then from a leather pouch unwraps some of the things she has. It looks like a flint and a striker, and she immediately it's wild because fire doesn't work like this. It's basically one strike of sparks going onto the body, and she immediately goes up like dry wicker. And as she burns, a bonfire of blue and green flames in the center of this ring of standing stones. Ezmerelda takes the heart and puts it into the hole. And the flames of the body burn out very quickly. And there is this ash. It's not even gray at all. It's like this ash that's so white it almost glows brighter in the kind of dim overcast light. It kind of has an emission of light from it. It's such a white ash, and she scoops that ash up with her hand and covers the heart with it, and then covers the whole thing with the dirt that she dug up, and she kind of kneels in front of it and places her hand. And Tegan, I don't know how long comprehend languages lasts, but if you are still able to understand.
Ricky is correct. It lasts an hour.
Yeah, I think an hour has not quite passed yet, so you are still able to understand. She is saying a simple prayer, kind of it starts with a mournful, I'm so sorry this happened to you. This is so much worse than anything you deserved. Please let this small act that I can do for you reconsecrate you to your rightful place in this world. And she finishes speaking and stands up, and there is this deep in your bones vibration kind of thrum that it seems to be coming from the ground, it seems to be coming from the stones, and you're all filled with this warmth, but an unease, the lack of knowing, the kind of the ambiguousness of realizing you have no frame of reference for anything that's going on here. But at the same time, a powerful sense of peace that something, after centuries of only the worst things happening, something has happened that is good and is positive and is changing things towards back to the way that they should be.
And
Ezmerelda looks emotionally exhausted as she looks back around you all. Muriel has been silent this whole time, and she kind of looks around, and she also looks. It's an interesting look on her face. It's like hopeful, but also like a mischievous grin of rebelliousness. And Ezmerelda and Muriel kind of share this look for a moment, and then they all look back at you. Muriel says, well, I can take the gem back to the Martikovs as soon as you wish. I didn't have much to do here except for vanguard and wait for you and Ezmerelda. And Ezmerelda says, yes, and I have some work to be doing too. This is only the second of 3 of these that I have taken as my responsibility, but I was expecting to have to kill the Baba myself, and I don't think I would have done it, especially not alone. And seeing that you all did it by yourself without my help, I'm starting to second guess my rejection of your companionship. I'm heading eastward, stopping by an old windmill. I would very much hope to run into you all again. I think we could be good allies.
This whole time, Tegan is just staring at her while covered in her own blood, the blood of all of her companions that she has constantly been trying to do all of the magic and healing kit use to keep her own teammates alive. Like, I am caked in everyone but Eddie's blood. And it's just like, oh, I couldn't have done it, and da-da-da-da-da, and Tegan's just like actually getting little bits and pieces closer with, and you just shut up and go do your work. Like,
And at that point, Jatori does like kind of pipe up and going. The invite has always been up for grabs for whenever you're ready. Kind of with a little bit of a gleam. And
I don't know about you, where you are heading after this, but I will be heading east towards an old windmill. For tonight, my wagon is here. It's not much room, but it will be safer at least than camping outside. It is getting late, and well, you would be welcome to camp with me, should you wish.
That sounds really nice, actually. And I think we do need to drop off this skull, kind of pointing back at the dragon skull, back to where it belongs first. But yeah, we should be able to meet you at the windmill after.
no, because our next stop, after apparently returning to Argenvostholt again, see how that goes this time.
Right.
Our trek was to go to the Amber Temple after that, and returning to the windmill after we already dealt with the residents there. We don't have a reason for that. But tell you what, Ezmerelda, if you want to meet up again, our next stop is the temple. And I know we have magics that can get a hold of you if we have a significantly less exhausting day that day. I don't know if you have anything that useful, but by all means, feel free to find a way to keep in touch.
Well, it sounds to me like, forgive me if this is uncomfortable for me to have guessed correctly if you're trying to keep this close to your chest, but it seems to me like you're seeking out the items of power.
Well, if you're smart enough to recognize it, then you're smart enough to not have to have asked. But yes, we're
And
following
smart
the
enough to
clues we were given.
courteous enough to acknowledge the feats of companions before bragging about my own. See, I yes, I did know the answer before I asked. You are, I take it, seeking these items of power. If you seek to take down Strahd, this is something you will need. Items that without it, it will be seldom possible to even get through the gates. I am on.
I'll tell you what else we need is decently useful and strong allies. So I'm glad that you've actually acknowledged that we're worth helping now. And I do hope that you will keep in touch, and that when we have these items and when we are ready to go after Strahd, maybe you'll be there.
Well, as I said, you seem to have your itinerary for collecting these 3 items of power. I also have something of a set of 3 things on my itinerary that will help both of us in our mutual goal here.
Sounds like a good plan then.
It's very late in the night, and I don't want to explain all of the lore to you now, but suffice it to say that ancients in this land, long before Strahd, centuries before Strahd even, they were not gods, but they were something of deities of this valley. This land was a place of peace and nature. There was the Huntress Fane, there was the Mountain Fane, there was the Forest Fane. They embodied very powerful natural forces and governed them with their very will. When Strahd ascended, he desecrated their sacred sites, and in so doing, stole their power. It is my hope that reconsecrating these sites will help bring some peace back to the land and restore some of the poison that has seeped into it, and B, hoping to deprive Strahd of his unearned powers that he has stolen from this land. This that you have just seen, this is number 2 out of 3 on my list. I don't know where you are on your quest for items of power, but I think the list, our individual to-do lists, help each other, whether we do them together or separately.
Well,
I do very much
I
hope.
don't know what you need for the bone grinders ritual, but at the very least, the coven of hags that were living there are, well, no longer living there. In
Oh, well,
that they're
that
no
is-
longer living. So that's at least one thing.
Excellent to know, and I assume I have you all to thank for this.
Well, our membership has changed a bit, but Manu, but Manu and I were there for that at least. Yes.
Well, to be honest, don't actually know what exactly I have to do when I get there. Part of the work here has been digging through the libraries to get what information I can, but then I get there on the ground and the information seems to be misleading sometimes. There's some figuring things out. But Yesterhill is done. The Swamp Fane is done, and now all is left is the standing stones at this old windmill. I appreciate the easy access you have provided me. I wish you good speed.
And Yesterhill also, when we got there, and it was covered in these evil druids and their barbarian minions and all the blights they had under their sway, and it was bad. It was bad. We didn't like it. We also ran into Strahd there. It was bad.
I had heard you had harassed the hell out of them and got one of the Martikov's gems back, but rest assured that you did not clear that place out. There is
we didn't think
kind of
did.
a nomadic tribe that comes and goes. You seem to have just killed off who was there at the time.
Yeah, we got the impression that was like a quarter to a third of their total number.
It seem. I do seem to remember that somebody told me it was your brilliant idea that helped the Keepers of the Feathers really stick it to those druids. They constructed some alchemy fire and dropped it from the air. It's such a simple idea. I don't know why they didn't think of it first.
Yeah, you'd think people that have access to concentrated alcohol and in flight would have thought of that before. But either way, I'm glad they got their shit back, and now they've got the final piece of their shit back, and they know a few methods to better defend themselves or have retribution when that. Yeah, it's all good.
Muriel speaks up with a nervous to correct, but second to last piece. In addition to this one, there's three gems, and quite frankly, no one knows where the third one is.
Right.
I thought it was that they still had one. No, you're right. They had lost all three.
Mm-hmm.
They had lost one a very long time ago. The one that you just retrieved from Baba, they had lost not very long ago, probably like a year or give or take. And then the one you picked up from Yesterhill, they had just lost like days
a week
before.
at most.
But yeah, there was the third one. So that one was the last one that they had. So they had none at that point. But yeah, there was a third one that got lost even before, the oldest of the Martikovs was around to remember how that actually happened. But there is a mythical red one. You picked up the green one here. You picked up the yellow one at Yesterhill. There still is a red one somewhere.
Red,
I'm gonna ask around.
We'll keep our eyes out.
Yeah. We just went and killed a hag. What else? Trying to find a little rock shouldn't be that hard, right? A long missing stone from the annals of history.
Challenge rating 11.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if she qualifies as a hag.
Super hag.
But yeah, basically.
Is her creature type Fey?
No, it's humanoid. Human shape changer, chaotic evil.
What the heck?
Not a hag.
All right, never mind. I rescind that. I rescind
I
that.
would have thought it. I would have thought it too.
Yeah.
But with all that being said, I think a lot of us are very, very dead tired. And it would be good for us to start making camp before we lose too much light.
I'm also kind of tired in real life.
Yeah,
Alex,
in game and out of game, I imagine for everyone involved.
I was
But I
gonna
would
roleplay
like
round
to.
one more question about what Tegan sees, though. The caravan that Ezmerelda is here with. I really don't want to say anything out loud to anyone, but I am curious if it's the one that had been outside the tower that we stole a bunch of shit out of.
Big time, yes, it was.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was thinking the same exact thing, but
So if anybody wants to pull out a map to see where they are in relationship to other things, Ezmerelda's probably going to recognize that map.
Yes. That is exactly what I was thinking, is very much so. I don't want us, especially Jack and I, who were the main ones who yanked a bunch of crap. It's like, this is the time to not
mention
pull
anything.
any of that
No.
out.
So is now a bad time to mention that?
Now is a bad time for your mic to cut out because we didn't hear anything after.
What'd
Yeah,
you
we
say?
got. This is a bad time too, and then you just it cut.
Yeah.
Great. So now would be a bad time to mention dressing up Jack Jr. in those wigs.
Right now. The whole time.
Did you find wigs inside of her wagon? I didn't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
It was for
Yeah, we
like different
did.
disguises.
2 wigs.
So yeah, now would not be the opportune time to do that if you're going to try to stay on Ezmerelda's good graces.
Jack Jr.'s like getting out his pretty locks and stuff. And he's just like.
Nope. No.
All right, time to look here. Let me grab some water, and then just takes out the silver pitcher that she stole from the carts. That's the only thing I can head.
So it's fading even deeper into dusk of this valley that never really quite gets to full daylight anyways. You are nearby this ring of standing stones. You have buried this, I guess, what has been described as one of the fanes of Barovia. You have witnessed the restoration of one of these sacred sites, which is depriving Strahd of some of his sources of overpowerness. You've nerfed her, Ezmerelda, because she had your help to get the ingredients she needed to do so, nerfed Strahd a little bit for you. And as the party and the 2 extras, as Ezmerelda and actually Muriel, I imagine, would have taken off directly towards the Martikov. So it's y'all and Ezmerelda. The wagon is there. When she invited you to camp with her, I think maybe 1 or 2 of you thought like you're getting in, but you're not getting inside unless you're having an orgy. There's not room inside of a wagon. But there does seem to be kind of like a roll-out canopy that kind of acts as something of a lean-to that gives you a good 15 feet by 30 feet of covered from the elements space to camp inside. And I think some of you are maybe a little bit restless looking out at the standing stones, which does seem to have kind of a warm light glow about it. And you get the sensation that you did something right today. Yeah, and you all leveled up. So next time we come back, you could add new levels to your character sheets. You did get that item of power, which was the trigger for the level up. You killed your first really big boss fight. You've had a couple other fights that were kind of boss fights, but this is the first real boss that isn't Strahd himself. And oh, that was close, but you fucked her up. So that was tight. Yeah, consecrated the fan, got the quest cards / got the book. All be prepared to share the book with you before our next game, so you can read over what is there. Maybe start the next one with discussion about it. But yeah, I don't want to keep y'all too much later because it's very late for some of you. That was a fucking hell of a first fight.
Right. I'm glad that we got in as much damage as we did the night before. Just so that we had this intense battle right now.
Oh man.
Also, shout out to Manu for finishing her off.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
that fight was fucking crazy.
Standing.
The final Teenage Ninja Turtle.
If that's not a epic boss battle, I don't know what is.
Yep. Oh, and just to finish up the scene for Tori, at least, she definitely would have tried to go inside. Completely misunderstanding. Or an orgy kind of thing. It's more of a case of oh, she didn't invite us in, so I guess we'll make camp inside. Oh, okay, sorry.
I think you start to enter, and without even her looking up to see who it is coming in, she says, I sleep naked, so if you're coming in here to sleep too, it's going to get awkward, or it's going to get real awkward.
It's either going to be awkward now or awkward in the morning. It's okay. And then just sinks away. And before finishing off the night, basically she goes back to the same gravesite to do a little prayer of her own before leaving it. Just so I'll protect you on your way to the afterlife. Although as she says that she also is a bit condescending to her own words, but neither here nor there. And just turns in for the night. But yeah.
Bardic inspiration goes up from D6 to D8.
I'm taking a fighter level.
And to be honest, this also isn't how this works in D&D rules. Anybody who doesn't still have a point of inspiration, fucking add a point of inspiration to your character sheet. This was a challenging game.
That is perfect
I look
because we
forward
used
to using that
so
to
many of
narrowly
them.
avoid death again.
Yeah, right?
I can't wait to give it to somebody else.
That inspiration literally took from my character from dying to narrowly surviving.
Yes.
I will never underestimate inspiration again.
Oh my god. Yeah, this was quite the session.
I just always forget I have the damn inspiration.
And it's fine, I always forget to give it out. I feel like somebody or most of everybody, almost every single game, does something to deserve it, but I never remember it's a thing to fucking give out.
By the way,
And I also think it's redundant to award everybody inspiration every time they show up. I feel like y'all deserve it every single time you show up. Just for because this game wouldn't exist or be anything. If I was the only one running it, it wouldn't be a game. So y'all deserve inspiration for that. But it doesn't make sense to. You're here, so everybody has inspiration. As somebody doesn't show up, is oh, I didn't get inspiration last game, but they don't stack, and I'm going to get it this game. So it doesn't matter. It's
I
Anyways.
feel so fucking stupid right now.
What?
I am so used to Bardic Inspiration being something I give my party members as my bonus action, but my bonus actions kept being taken up by Healing Word.
Mhm.
I completely forgot the fact that I'm a lore bard and I can use Bardic Inspiration against the enemies as a reaction. Do you guys realize how many of those attack rolls I could have just negated?
Oh no!
Well, on the plus side, you probably won't forget that next time now.
And because of how things turned out, all that really did was make the fight seem more by the skin of your teeth, which was
Yeah.
a good
Well,
thing.
I mean, every time I only had given someone Bardic Inspiration before the combat ever started, so that we could do the stuff with the cages and all of that.
Yeah.
And I have 3 uses. I still, from the time we rolled initiative to the time we ended, I still had the same 2 uses. But, and anytime I would have used it, it would have been minus 1d6 from either the attack roll or the damage roll. So it, I might have rolled a 1 2 times and it wouldn't have made any difference. But fuck it. I'll have this whole ass class feature that I never used.
Well, now we have it for next time.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, like literally every single game, I look to you to tell me how to do the rules right. So, you're probably the biggest expert here, and it makes me feel better to know that oversights happen.
Oh, as a side note, do y'all mind if we kind of start still with the camp tomorrow? I mean, for the next session. Just because there are still stuff that I would like to ask Manu as like a side thing.
Oh yeah, just start next game with camp scene, either at night before you fall asleep or in the morning as y'all are waking up. I don't know if you have a preference, but
exactly.
no, that's fine. It was probably what was going to wind up happening anyways.
Yeah, I feel like we're also...
I don't do a whole lot of like fast forwarding of like one episode ends right here and then between then and the next episode starting, like there's a whole series. I don't do a whole lot of fast forwarding. It might be advantageous if I did do some of that. But yeah, it is basically going to play out that way anyways, that either at the beginning of the next game is either you're waking up from your long rest at the campsite, or if you still had discussion to do before a long rest, you can catch in there before everybody goes to sleep. But yeah, that's totally fine.
Good point there. I just saw the thing in the voice chat, so
yeah.
I figured. Yeah.
And we do need to figure out if we want to do go to the Abbey first or Argynvost first in character anyway.
Yeah.
Also, I know a couple of y'all are super tired. I know Scout was saying fucking 10 minutes ago that's like, I'm tired, I want to go. So thanks for hanging in. I do want to say real quick, fuck, what was it that I was going to say? Fuck. Oh yeah, whenever it is, it probably won't be next episode or immediately after. It probably won't be after y'all are returning from the Amber Temple. But yeah, Ezmerelda now is your party's ally. And it's up to y'all. I was thinking it might be cool / not. not having an added ally be a thing that takes away glory from the players. If one player or rotating several players wanted to be in charge of taking care of Ezmerelda's stat block during combat only, I can continue to roleplay her. But if during combat encounters, when she is officially part of the party, if somebody or multiple people want to trade off on helming her stat block out, that was another thought I had.
Sure, sounds like fun.
We could just discuss it whenever she does things.
Yeah.
How would you feel about taking over my stat block? I'll still do all the speaking for myself, but if you could just, like, swing my sword for me?
Shh, it's okay. We can do the speaking for you too.
I mean, yeah, Tegan's being very bitchy with Ezmerelda right now for a lot of reasons.
She didn't steal from your wagon.
But that's just it, is the thing that I stole, I was asking her if she had something like it so that I could copy it. And she just... the entire time that we were talking to her the first time, she was being extremely dismissive of us and our abilities and our purpose and da-da-da-da-da, and not being that helpful. And now that we've proven ourselves to be of use to her and of some degree of competence, now she wants to give us the time of day and say, we are, people who share in a cause. And it's like, yeah, but that was true before, and you were dismissive of us then. So now you're going to get a little bit of the fucking medicine you gave. That's
to be fair, specifically just about the map thing is, if you asked her if she had a map and she said no at the Abbey, that was true because she did not have her wagon at the Abbey. And I think she also might have said something snarky about you don't need the map, there's only one road.
Yes,
so you could
said she
feel
had
shitty about
one.
that too, but
yeah, she said she had one, but it wasn't with her. And I asked a follow-up question about that, and that's when she decided to be snarky and said, well, you don't even need it anyway. Fuck you. So yeah, Tegan being bent to evil right now, the battle having been what it was, and then she tries to be snarky about, well, I was, going to wait until the cavalry arrived. Manu was the only one conscious for like 2-3 rounds there, and then it was after Manu went down that Tegan rolled the 20, and it's like, you wanted to be the cavalry to show up, or at the very least that's what you're trying to say now. You. So yeah, if anyone was wondering why Tegan is acting that way, fuck this.
Oh no, she's a spicy bitch for sure.
But yeah,
I think that would also make her get along with the party in some ways. But yeah, she was definitely abrasive and repel, like trying to just I make it very clear, but not in explicitly like cruel ways that I have no interest in doing anything with y'all. Because you were just random people that she saw in this place that she was trying to find information at while she was staying for a couple days.
You see, it's not the I have no interest in you, but the fact that she did it in a way where she was acting like she was inherently and automatically better than us because she has all this training as a vampire hunter, and
she fully believes that she is better than anybody who she doesn't know for sure is good at fighting monsters.
Yeah.
Because it is something that she's dedicated her life to. So she is going to automatically assume anybody she meets, even if they have armor and weapons, you don't know shit about what you're doing if you're trying to fight undead and vampires and whatnot. Like, I'm the one that knows that shit. I studied under Rudolf van Richten.
Yeah.
She's self-centered and a little full of herself, but yeah, also out of character just as the DM, like
It's fun
I
to do
did
this.
not want her to show up to save you. Like,
Okay.
I wanted her to show up after you won on your own merits without any help and be disappointed and impressed that she didn't get to participate in the fight. It was mainly what I was trying to convey there, but also her personality is kind of a cocky bitch, so if she came off that way, then that's kind of how she comes off.
It's fun.
And I do like being the only character that wasn't creeped out by baby Strahd. Baby Strahd. Thank you, Break, by the way. That's going to be in my head for the rest of the night.
You're welcome.
But yeah, no. I don't know where anyone got this idea, but I do like the idea that Jatari is just the only person that will not be like creeped out by like things that should be creepy. Her like natural thing is just go, oh, cute.
There's that thing in some of the versions of Call of Cthulhu games where one of the ways to maintain your sanity is to already be a little bit crazy, and then the other way to maintain your sanity is to have an intelligence so bad that you always fail the intelligence roll and thus are too stupid to understand that what you're seeing is supposed to be horrifying.
Yep.
And that is so very much Jatari.
Yep. Too dumb to realize her own. Yeah. That's the intention. But it does make for fun moments like this creepy like baby that looks like it she should be, or like this creepy baby that is so uncanny valley. Oh, baby. But yeah. It's all for fun. It's all good fun. But that being said, I am also very tired as well, so I'll bid you all adieu.